Thank you very much. Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to welcome you here all for the 9th Forum on the Infrastructure. Dear Commissioner, dear Minister, dear all, it's a very crucial time right now. We are more than 1 year after the invasion of Russia in Ukraine, and also after 1 year we had our REPowerEU to accelerate renewables, to accelerate energy efficiency, and to diversify away from the Russian gas. And we have done a lot last year, and we have had, luckily, a winter where we came through without major concerns on security of supply or energy prices, which is still an issue, and we are still not out of the uncertainty around it. But with more and more renewables, more and more what we need to do to accelerate electrification, we definitely need more grids and more attention to infrastructure in Europe. And that's the whole issue of that infrastructure forum. It's extremely timely. We have the right framework with the 10E, the Trans-European Networks for Energy, which have been revised and which we are applying right now when we look at all the applications we got for project of common interest or project of mutual interest. But we are not here today to discuss projects, but policies, and it's my pleasure to introduce the Commissioner, Commissioner Kadri Simson. I will give you the floor for the introductory remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mehthild. Dear Minister Aagaard, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here in person finally, not participating in this event online. And it's also my pleasure to welcome you to already our 9th Energy Infrastructure Forum. When thinking about energy infrastructure, the first thing coming to my mind today is last week's destruction of the Kakhovka Dam in Ukraine. It's yet another example of the unprecedented Russian attacks against Ukraine's civilian energy infrastructure. It's also a reminder of what Russia's invasion of Ukraine is: a war against a sovereign and peaceful nation, but also a war on energy. Our last year's conference took place only a few weeks after we adopted our REPowerEU plan, a proposal to break our dependence on Russian fossil fuels and accelerate on renewables and energy efficiency. And 1 year later, we are in a good place. We did what many believed cannot be done. We saved energy, we surpassed expectations on new renewable capacity, and we cut our dependence on Russian gas faster than expected. But of course, we cannot stop here now. This means continuous diversification of our gas supplies, but mainly it means replacing them with renewable electricity, biomethane, and green hydrogen. It also means rescaling our electricity networks, aiming for a more digitalized and efficient energy system, all of which implies sizable investment. Allow me to take the opportunity to briefly outline our work on this respect. First, we are investing in the right infrastructure to diversify gas supplies and phase out Russian gas. Actually, we have started this long before the Russian aggression. And thanks to our 10E policy and the Connecting Europe facility, numerous critical gas infrastructure projects came online over the past decade. And last year, several new gas interconnections became operational in Central and Southeastern Europe, and this is a region which still was depending substantially on Russian gas. But these investments have helped many member states to cut down on Russian gas fully, or at least to a large extent by now. Europe has also acted decisively on the LNG import terminals. Already last year, 25 BCM of new LNG terminal capacity has been commissioned in Europe, and we now have more interconnectors and LNG terminals across the EU than ever before, and we expect a further 50 BCM of LNG terminal capacity by the end of next year, plus some relevant pipeline projects in the next few years. And with these limited investments, still to be made, our gas infrastructure will be sufficient to allow us for a full phase out of Russian gas in next year. Our long-term focus nowadays is clearly on renewables, also on hydrogen infrastructure, and today's forum provides a good opportunity to discuss the related opportunities, but also the challenges ahead of us. REPowerEU plan sets ambitious target of 10 million tons of domestic renewable hydrogen production and another 10 million tons in imports by 2030. And delivering such large volumes from the supply sites to end consumers requires a dedicated cross-border energy networks for hydrogen, and this includes pipelines, storage, electrolyzers, and terminals. And the revised 10E regulation is our framework also for that, for identifying these new needs across Europe. The first call for projects of common interest and projects of mutual interest has proven that interest for developing European hydrogen infrastructure is remarkable. But as we all know, the first results of our assessment will be shared with the regional groups only in the coming weeks. So today, it is not yet the moment to go into details of these projects. Second, let me focus on the electricity infrastructure. We have made investments in electricity our top priority. With electricity set to become the main energy carrier, we need to ensure that its infrastructure is ready for the rapid uptake of renewables and the new energy demand. Investments in grids will help to drive demand, increase energy efficiency, and deliver flexibility in the system. It is also the precondition to reaching our 42.5% of renewable target by 2030. And we have estimated that the investment need of 584 billion euros by 2030, both in transmission and distribution grids, is necessary to achieve our targets. Public funding from national and EU budget, but also support from financial markets and private investors will need to contribute. And to this end, in the electricity market design, we proposed that network tariffs and anticipatory investments reflect the large investments needed in grids, both in transmission and distribution. And thus, we have been working extensively on putting in place the right incentives to build grids of tomorrow. Our revised 10E regulation holds a lot of potential for the cross-border electricity projects, mainly also not only for cross-border, but newly also for offshore wind. And it facilitates planning, permitting, the construction of high-priority electricity infrastructure across member states. And with the REPowerEU proposal, we have made permitting faster also for national renewable projects. And we are also digitalizing our energy system and ramping up investment in smart electricity grids. And the smart grids, for example, green switch between Croatia and Slovenia and Austria, is a great example of a cross-border energy infrastructure projects benefiting from the Connecting Europe facility. And I'm delighted that later today, we will have a ceremony to mark the award of this grant. But grids will be more important than ever. Europe has to shift gear in its investments, and therefore I'm organizing a high-level event on future of grids in September in Brussels, and more information will follow soon. But it aims to bring together the most important decision makers in the grid sector, public and private. It will be a testament of our political will to highlight the indispensable role of grids in the energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, it's clear that Europe will never go back to the status quo of Russia as our dominant gas supplier. We have turned that page for good. As we continue making our energy system cleaner, greener and more secure, it will be critical to build and invest in the right infrastructure. Because Europe's energy future depends on it So this is the reason why we are here together today. And I wish you all a very successful conference, and I count on your expertise and experience and innovative ideas. Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner, a very warm welcome to you all to Copenhagen. We are proud to host the Infrastructure Forum again here in Denmark. And personally, I've been looking forward to attending this event. As some of you maybe know, I've been working for, I think, more than 15 years with the energy sector in Denmark, and I've been surrounded with people that loves energy infrastructure. Now I've gone into politics, and it seems more rare that I meet people that share the warm feeling about energy infrastructure that I do, and I think that you in the audience do. So I've been looking forward coming here today. As the Commissioner says, this is challenging times. War in Ukraine, challenging support, situation for Europe when it comes to security of supplies, and of course the threat from climate change are all extremely challenging and alarming. But these are also times where there should be room for some optimism. Costs for producing renewable energy has come down, solar panels, wind power. Now we can build it with no subsidies onshore or offshore. The efficiency in hydrogen is improving, cost is coming down. For Denmark, we will now look at a 2030 target for biomethane, where we will produce more than is needed for Danish consumers. We have technology gains when it comes to transportation sector. So we can also see the glimpse of how the future will be, and there is a real possibility that it will be green, it will be efficient, and it will be secure. So now we not just need to get there. And infrastructure is needed. Not only do we need more of it, but the role will change. Today, Commissioner Simpson and I, we visit the central cooling system of Copenhagen. We saw the district heating system, and there's gas, water, electricity, and so on, infrastructure around us. And we are needing all that infrastructure, but you can say the interplay between the different kinds of infrastructures will also change in the future. So these are very challenging times. I hope that the discussions you will have here in Copenhagen, the recommendations you will give, will help us on the policy side, making sure that we will stay, I hope, in front of the wave, maybe on the wave as a surfer, but hopefully not behind the wave. Because I know, and I think that you share the same insight, that if we as a society, as Europe, is lacking behind the needed investments in infrastructure, it is extremely difficult getting in front of the demand curve. So being in front means that we need somehow to find a way how to regulate the infrastructure sector so that investments can be done maybe not too far ahead of the wave, because that comes with a cost, but hopefully close to the wave and a little bit in front. Because otherwise, I think infrastructure could be the reason why we cannot meet our targets, both when it comes to securing energy for Europe, but also when it comes to the climate targets. So with these words, again, a very warm welcome to you all in Copenhagen. I hope that you will have very good discussions. I will be seeing into the results and recommendations that will come out of your discussions, and hopefully we can create a situation together where infrastructure will be prepared for the new tasks that it has to deliver, benefits for our society, both when it comes to security of supply, making sure that Europe has a competitive edge, but also that we will meet our climate targets. So a very warm welcome to Copenhagen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both Commissioner, Minister. Unfortunately, you have to leave now, but we heard the warm welcome to our 9th Infrastructure Forum here in Copenhagen. We are very lucky to have such distinguished guests, but also live stream, I understand, and in this nice location. We will continue now with a high-level session between 6 high-level speakers from the industry, from the TSO, from the regulatory side. So I would very much welcome now the 6 speakers of the high-level panel. I will start with Mr. Boltis, who is the President-elect of ENTSO-E, Piotr Kus, who is Secretary General of ENTSO-G. Then we have Peter Vermat, Secretary General of EU DSO entity. From Acer, Dennis Hesseling, Head of Department for Infrastructure. And then I would like also to very much welcome Gunnar Myhrn, from Director General from the EIB, the European Investment Bank. Welcome. And also from SINEA, our agency, Olivier Silla, who is the Head of Department on Sustainable Networks and Investments. As we heard from our Commission and our Minister, this is a very timely moment, and we will discuss in a moment how we can accelerate energy infrastructure development. We have heard that we had coming out of the crisis and still with a lot of uncertainty in the future, but one thing for sure, we need to roll out and accelerate renewables. We need to be more energy efficient. We need to diversify and electrify the different sectors. For all of that, we need grids. Sustainable grids, smart grids, electricity grids, gas grids, hydrogen. So we will have a lively debate today, and I'm very happy to have so many high-level speakers on the panel. As it was mentioned, we have our core 10E, Trans-European Network for Energy framework, and we also need to look at how to accelerate different planning structures. We have, as the Commissioner mentioned, we are planning right now a high-level event also in Brussels to really make the political prioritization the grids need to have in all our member states, not only in Brussels, but also nationally, regionally, cross-border, because we are thinking that this is a bit lacking in the debate. We hear a lot about renewables and all other sources, but sometimes not enough attention is given how to connect, for example, offshore wind to the core or other renewables or other resources. And we hear also that we had our offshore strategy in 2020, where we have launched a few things. Also, for example, how to work better between TSOs and DSOs. And I'm happy that we have all the high-level speakers here. We need more digitalization, more smarter grids in the future. And we have hydrogen infrastructure as a relatively new topic, also under 10E, which we are discussing. But for all of that, we need a massive scale of investments. We have calculated that by 2030, we need 584 billion, both for transmission and distribution, to accomplish our targets. This is a huge amount of investment. It should come mainly from the private sector, but there's also some public money at EU or national level. I think we will have a chance to now open the floor and have short introductions from all of the 6 high-level speakers, and then I will open up the floor for questions if time allows. So I would like to start with my neighbor, Mr. Boldis, who is President-elect of ENTSO-E, and the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Mechthild. Thank you very much to the organizers for invitation, because for me personally, being in Copenhagen was always a very nice event. I always felt welcome in this city, and now it's not home only like a second home for me, but also it's a second home for ENTSO-E, because our DNA is to develop and operate the infrastructure, and the forum here is proved its importance in providing very important outcomes and inputs for discussion and contributions to development of the grids and everything that is necessary to make the green transition happen. My major point today is to say that ENTSO-E shares the Commission's commitment to accelerate the green energy transition. The European Green Deal has already set in motion an unprecedented shift towards the massive deployment of large-scale renewables, all innovation technologies, carbon-neutral technologies, deeper electrification, and smart system integration. Now we need to take into an even greater scale with the REPowerEU action plan. So to achieve these objectives of REPowerEU and the European policies, we must focus on developing the necessary energy infrastructure. It was already said by the speakers before, and I'm very glad that this is recognized and appreciated. This infrastructure plays a crucial role in efficiently integrating Europe's renewable energy potential, ensuring reliable and secure electricity supply to all EU citizens, and paving the way for a clean and carbon-neutral economy. And ENTSO-E is fully dedicated supporting these objectives. There are 3 points I would like to make which are related to this. The first one is about speed and timely delivery of the transmission infrastructure. Our 10-year network development plan highlights opportunities for improving Europe's power system throughout the continent. For example, TYNDP 2022 shows that in 2040, there is space for 88 gigawatt of value-adding cross-border capacity increase on over 65 borders. We also very much welcome the recognition of grid technologies as a part of strategic net zero technologies list in the Net Zero Industry Act. This recognition is key to contribute to answering manufacturing aspects of grid development needs. In the coming years, TSO's need for grid development for new technologies will dramatically increase to accommodate all scaling up of the electricity demand as well as integration of all the renewable sources. So TYNDP 2022 as a key instrument and flagship of ENTSO-E assessed 141 transmission projects with pan-European relevance in 38 European countries, representing over 43,000 kilometers of cables and lines. Besides, TSOs will also need to access the necessary equipment, technology, volume, and skilled workforce, which is very important, to repair and upgrade the existing transmission infrastructure and systems. It is really essential that infrastructure projects are implemented in a timely manner, and also that all what was mentioned by the Commissioner, that the processes should be speeded up and streamlined, that this is not only valid for the projects themselves, but also for the infrastructure that is related to that. And coordination between the authorization procedures of these plans and the need of the TSOs and DSOs and all other infrastructure providers is really crucial. Last but not least, it is also needed to include well-designed incentive regulation on innovation, which should better recognize the attractiveness of OpEx-based solutions. and enable a holistic approach to accompany the development of this uptake and to provide the entire innovation value chain. The second point is offshore. Being especially here in Denmark and listening yesterday to a very interesting and inspiring discussion about coupling of the wind production and hydrogen, I must say that this is a key pillar to create a sustainable, resilient, and cost-efficient European energy system. The Offshore Network Development Plan, which ENTSO-E will release for the first time in January 2024, per the 10E mandate, will further streamline the strategies for the realization of the offshore infrastructure, ensuring efficient utilization of the available maritime space, considering all environmental aspects and detailing ranges for the development of different technical configurations, which is very important to mention because the setups are really the key to make this happen. For the planning, we are of course concerned about many things because planning as such is the first step for a timely delivery of these projects, and the aspects to be considered are many. Just to mention some, we need to accomplish these connections and developments at the least costs. We must keep the system secure. We must accommodate the new flow patterns, look at the member states' plans, and also the key constraints connected to spatial planning, environmental protection, and public acceptance. Also, we need to achieve an integrated perspective over time, space, and sectors to integrate this and ensure that flexibility is available to accommodate the intermittency of the new system elements. To cope with these elements, ENTSO-E and the TSOs will expand the 10-year network development plan to coherently integrate offshore and onshore developments, ensuring infrastructure planning across time, space, and sectors to bring offshore renewable energy to end users. And last but not least, it's about coordination. I mentioned that already. It was mentioned also by the Commissioner. As the European transmission system is one of the most powerful tools to achieve decarbonization, the strong coordination of infrastructure planning across all energy sectors and increased stakeholder collaboration based on one energy system view with the electricity system facilitating further the decarbonization of other sectors. ENTSO-E and the EU DSO entity are starting collaboration on scenario building on building on these and on digital solutions. In conclusion, let me highlight that it is crucial that we all work together to achieve the targets set by climate policies. The 10-year network development plan and national development plans are essential tools for assessing future needs and planning the necessary infrastructure, and that ENTSO-E and the TSOs are ready and eager to continue taking strong responsibility for development and operation of the grid infrastructure. Through our common efforts, we can drive the transition towards a sustainable and carbon-neutral energy future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much for highlighting these three key points. I think we will continue that discussion, and when it comes to coordination, I also would like to invite now Piotr Kusz, who's the Director General of ENTSO-G. Please.
Thank you very much, Mechthild. If my remarks would be very, very short, I would just say we need more grids, as you say. We need grids for the future, and probably it would be enough. Nevertheless, as we all know, and this is also what Madam Commissioner mentioned, we are in very challenging times, and I think that we are starting our journey and going through our journey through to the transition and to the zero carbon economy, also from the times of unprecedented crisis and war which is happening in Ukraine. So to echo that, I think that we are now at the crossroads of European energy infrastructure. Repower EU aims to address decarbonization and diversification of Russian gas supply. And as I said before, last year was a year of fundamental changes for the gas infrastructure. They forced us to show our flexibility, ingenuity, and solidarity to ensure security of supply to the millions of households and business in Europe that rely on gas. And it is to a large extent that the crisis situation, the prices, the volatility were stabilized by infrastructure, which was used in an optimal manner, together with necessary and targeted developments that were made over last year. Our grids demonstrated robust system and operational readiness to achieve storage obligation targets in each member states of the EU, solidarity goals, management upgrades reverting east to west flows, and making our system more flexible. To underpin that, we have experienced additional LNG capacities that added to system that helped to reduce pricing struggles. This year, we have also achieved satisfactory storage level, which is currently over 70% for this month, if we compare to last year of 49%. And finally, on the ground, our ecosystems for gas ensured solidarity and effective management, numerous operation situation across the EU member states, but also supporting energy community countries. Since December 21, we remain in the midst of revising EU gas regulation and EU gas directive. It is crucial that we set up correct goals and follow this with a meaningful support. We await the final setup. The setup will give NRAs, member states, clarity and framework. This clarity is also needed to infrastructure operators to invest, repurpose, and operate assets, and setting standards towards hydrogen market in the EU. And all of that in a times when our discussion may mainly lead to the conclusions that time is the key and we need for speeds. Repower EU targets for hydrogen and other targets such as those set by Renewable Energies Directive underline the scope and scale of hydrogen infrastructure that will be needed to satisfy supply and demand. But indeed, a number of market surveys show already that the hydrogen demand is already exceeding the binding targets by far. ENTSOG supports binding targets for hydrogen and biomethane. We see them to be on equal footing as one for wind and solar. We would also secure their reflection in the union-wide 10-year network development plan. Repower EU has established certain ambitions, and we strive for the maximized integration of all the renewables and the realistic demand situation monitoring. Already today, we see development of numerous projects in the infrastructure area that are response to ever increasing demand for hydrogen. This will be illustrated on the recent hydrogen infrastructure map prepared by ENTSOG and DSOs organizations, which, by the way, is live and updated regularly. We'll also share this project tomorrow during the hydrogen session. The European Clean Hydrogen Alliance Learn Book on hydrogen supply corridors outline in a very transparent manner and with a full value chain scrutiny the 6 strategic corridors for hydrogen supply. ENTSOG and Transmission and Distribution Roundtable of the Clean Hydrogen Alliance plan to work together also in Copenhagen Forum. We would like to bring an input on implementation of the corridors, on hydrogen imports under all carriers, and finally, to focus on financing of the targeted infrastructure and to disseminate in a transparent information sharing with the forum on these deliverables. At the same time, we also see the member states' efforts to develop hydrogen infrastructure. Several member states are already progressing: Germany, Denmark, and Netherlands, just to name a few that will present their work here during the forum. Finally, I would like to note with great respect the recent Ostende Declaration and the ambition of the 9 nations to develop a meshed offshore grid in which green electricity and green hydrogen production are planned together to the benefit of H2 value chain and electricity sector. As ENTSOG, we are proud to work together with the counterparts from electric sector, with ENTSO-E, to develop the interlinked model, which ENTSOC proposes to use to assess hydrogen projects. We fully believe that this model can help better assess the mutual benefits of the gas projects, hydrogen, electricity grids to ensure that infrastructure development is as efficient and as economic as possible. Pipeline infrastructure has the unique capability to transport energy 6 to 10 times cheaper than electricity in such orders of magnitude that it can support both decarbonization of gas and addressing the intermittency of electricity sector with vast storage capabilities in the short and long term. Not to mention also the volumes of energy capacity that can be offered by our infrastructure to dispatch and to store. Thus, repurposing and smart reinvesting plan is crucial. For gas, when reusing assets, we believe that security of supply and market integration in the gas network must precede any assessment on the repurposing. For hydrogen, infrastructure is needed to ensure the scalability of the hydrogen market for 2030, 2040, and finally for 2050 to provide sufficient connections for supply-demand centers, including both high-temperature industrial use and demand generated locally and documented at the DSO level. For electricity, finally, there is a clear need for flexibility and energy storage measures which electrolyzers and repurposed gas assets can enable. To give you an example, roughly 5.4 terawatt hours of potential electricity production with renewables were lost due to grid bottlenecks in Germany during the first half of 2022. In 21, the cost for grid operators' so-called redispatching measures amounted to 1.5 billion euros. And this is already 1.4 billion euros in the first quarter of 22. Finally, when it comes to CCS, so carbon capture, usage and storage, we see challenge coming from net zero industrial acts to create 50 million tons of CO2 storage by 2030. An accompanying CCUS strategy providing a framework for these targets is crucial to understand the implication for the infrastructure of the future. To conclude, I would like to use this opportunity to encourage the Commission to take this valuable feedback to heart. Repurposing of grids for hydrogen and CO2 is a long-term exercise and requires very careful and transparent coordination that has to start right now with all the stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Piotr. And now I would like to go to Peter Vermat, Secretary General of EU DSO entity. As mentioned before, we see a really good link between TSO and DSO to further develop in this grid perspective. So please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, Ms. Mechthild-Wörsdorfer, and dear colleagues active in infrastructure. It is a pleasure to represent DSO entity today at this forum. For those who are not so familiar to DSO entity, in fact, we are the partner organization to ENTSO-E and ENTSO-G. We work a lot together in Brussels, representing over 900 DSOs across all member states, connecting 250 million consumers through all Europe. So indeed, as introduced by our chair, Ms. Mechthild-Wörsdorfer, a very relevant part of the grid. We always say we are the last mile to the consumer, and our overriding perspective for the time to come is to empower the consumer to play their part in energy transition, and our members are committed to make that work. However, a lot of challenges are there. This century-old system now needs to be transformed into a system that can accommodate the sustainable future. If you try to summarize going from centralized to decentralized, going from one direction into two directions. However, whilst keeping the full system in operation, keeping it safe, keeping it reliable. Well, DSOs are committed to make that work. And if we look at the challenges, we always look at it from two perspectives. On the one hand, simply distributing energy, safe, reliable, efficient, but also facilitating the market. This forum is about infrastructure, but I think we all understand that we also need a lot of market power, so to say, market services, market procurement to make this happen. But from the DSO perspective, looking to the grid, being the distributor of energy and facilitating the market, our prime focus is also on investment, both in expanding and smartening the grid. Sometimes we talk a lot about smartening, which is really important to make a lot of decentralization happen, but let's not forget that capacity, due to the increased electrification, also needs to boost significantly. And most of our members see their investments grow 50 to 70%. And this morning, just when traveling here, I bumped into one of my colleagues who said that they have even increased tenfold their investment in medium voltage capacity. So a lot of growth, and still not enough. So challenges ahead. And apart from the investment that we need to do, and we welcome very much also the anticipatory investments that are now for discussion in the electricity market redesign, there is also the permits. Permit and money goes hand in hand. And permits are about societal acceptance, or perhaps even better, about societal involvement, right? It's not pushing things through, it is striking the right balance. Now, in order to make that happen, we also need to work on future-proof conditions. We work on network codes for flexibility, for data interoperability, to exchange all the data necessary to facilitate this decentralized system. And always when doing that, we try to find the right balance, find a meaningful frame at the European level, and leave room for the regional, national circumstances that can be very different country by country. Together with DSOs, we work on that. And I think that the system of system views that has been presented by ENTSO-E, and that is also elaborated with ENTSO-G and DSO entity in the TYNDP plans, is a good guidance for that. We are not only talking about the levels of the grid in electricity, we also need to keep an eye on the transition and the interconnection and the interrelation, better to say, with other energy forms in district heating, in hydrogen, in natural gas. So a lot of exchange there. But zooming in on the most specific interfaces with TSOs and DSOs, I think we need to develop a further understanding for the general operation of the system, sort of active systems operation. We need a good interaction TSO-DSO on flexibility and on data exchange. And since we are here at an infrastructure forum, let me also mention safety. I think you can imagine that, especially in the DSO grid, connecting over 70% of renewable resources, for instance in rooftop solar and other small devices, keeping safety for the consumer and for the workers on the grid at the high level is very important. The system will change, bidirectional energy flows will generate different safety views. So let's not forget about that. Now, let me conclude. A lot to be done. A lot to be thought about and to design, but not any reason not to get started. So we are ready to start. We cannot make a blueprint, but let's make it adaptable and find our way forwards together. And last but not least, working on all those expansions, let's not forget the first step, energy saving, always a good step to start with. Thank you, and back to our chair, Ms. Mechtelt-Wörsdorfer.
Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you also for reminding us of energy efficiency first principle. I think we all agree that also in this room here. And then let me go to Dennis Hesseling, who is representing today ACER, the Agency for the Cooperation of All Regulators in Europe or within the EU. So Dennis, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Mechtelt. Happy to take over here. Oops. Oh no, I just missed my nameplate. After the ENTSOs and the DSO entity, we're thinking about a catchy title to summarize my contribution here, and we thought, no transition without transmission. Sounds nice. We modified it later saying, well, maybe we should say no transition without efficient transmission. And I'll come back to that later to elaborate a bit more what that means. I was missing it a bit in the ENTSOs presentations. I have 5 points to highlight here. One is, I think with the Repower EU and with the climate goals, it's pretty obvious which the travel direction is, in which way we're moving. It's not always so obvious how we get there, when we get there, at which cost we get there, and sometimes there's issues of governance which remain to be clarified. And I think especially the governance ones is important for us as regulators to clarify in time who will get to decide under which criteria and which procedure how to move forward. may sound a bit bureaucratic, but it's really important to get things done and also to move ahead in time and have the speedy investment framework in place that we're all looking for. Second point is about the magnitude of the investment. I think Mechthild mentioned also a number as well. We're looking at, if we add up the numbers in electricity only, where we expect a major investment to take place from the different entities, from the Commission as well. Just in the grids, both TSO and DSO, we came to a roughly 600 billion euros until 2030. If you then just get an order of magnitude divided by the number of electricity metering points, you're looking at about 2,000 euro per metering point until 2030. That's a significant amount. It's something that people could worry about. It's worth, we think, looking at how to spend the money in an efficient way. And it's not just about the money. It's also about keeping public acceptance. If the bill becomes too high for these investments and people don't see them as an efficient way to move forward towards decarbonization, we could easily lose public support in the decarbonization trajectory. So we think it's really important, not just for the money, but also for a broader reason. Third point is we're looking at a historical, legal and regulatory framework which stresses other points. It stresses efficiency of investment operation, it stresses market integration, it stresses security of supply, which are all good and valuable, haven't disappeared, but it doesn't necessarily stress speed of investment for decarbonization. That's a different thing altogether, and sometimes they're at odds with each other. This question about anticipatory investments, I think it's good to frame it a little bit. For me, this is not a black and white question. If you think about it, if you would do no anticipation whatsoever as a network operator, and let's take an offshore wind farm, you would wait until the wind farm is there, it's up and running, and you start thinking about how to connect it to the mainland. I think nobody would do that nowadays. The other extreme is, if you anticipate fully, the moment somebody makes a project proposal in the press saying, oh, we'll develop an offshore wind park, you start already planning as a TSO to connect it. I don't think it's very efficient. Those are the two extremes, of course, but I think we're somewhere along this axis already. And I think the question is not so much do we anticipate yes or no, but how much do we anticipate? And linked to that, who takes the risk? If you anticipate more, it means there is a risk that the project would not materialize, or not on time, or not in the same shape and form, and then your anticipation could bring some cost. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it needs to be clear from the legal framework who will carry that risk. And that needs to be clarified so that also NRAs can know how to assess the risk and can explain later on, if things go wrong, why the bill is put at the TSO or at somebody else who has to pick up the bill. Fourth one of our main points in this forum will be, yes, we need more capacity, not necessarily more grids. So again, offshore wind, if it's a new location, yes, you'll need to build a new grid to connect it to the mainland. If you're looking at existing grids in the mainland, Piotr mentioned the redispatching cost, you don't necessarily always need more grids to address that. There are smarter solutions available. I was happy with NSOE's comment about the incentive scheme for more OPEX-based solutions. We think that's one of the ways forward. There are many more and smarter techniques available nowadays compared to, let's say, a decade ago, which would make it much faster and much more efficient to use the existing grids to offer more capacity to the market. And we think that's an important way forward. We take it also on ourselves as regulators to make sure that we address where there would be present possible CapEx bias, to make sure that we're not working on, let's say, a historical legacy regulatory framework, which would mainly look at CapEx investments, but also want to make sure that we include those smarter, faster, and more efficient investments. Fifth and final point on public acceptance, I think it links to the smarter investments. I don't think many people would object to a smarter way of operating the grid. I think that's a no-regret solution. Where there is a need to engage the public, it's for us as regulators quite a difficult topic. Because again, we have to assess if the TSO is investing the money in an efficient way, in an effective way. These are typically things where you have to invest quite a bit upfront to engage with the public, and it's not so clear what the payback will be. So it's a difficult one for us. We need to find ways to deal with it. It's definitely important, but we need to find ways to make it more operational. So to sum up, no transition without efficient transmission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dennis. I like your title, including the efficient. So we heard a lot about huge needs for investment and finance, and I'm very, very pleased that we also have the EIB here, the European Investment Bank, and I would like to give the floor to Gunnar Myhren, who is the Director General. Please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I think what I can add here is the perspective of a bank, European Investment Bank, has made energy infrastructure financing one of its pillars since its start 65 years ago. Today, we are acting in 3 different areas, which is energy efficiency, which is number 1 for us, clearly. Second, renewables, and thirdly, in transmission infrastructure. What I can add here today is that we have seen an increase in demand for financing for a number of years. Up to 2020, our lending volume, and we are demand-driven, so when investors approach us, we look at these investments and finance them, fluctuated between 10 and 15 billion euros per year for energy infrastructure. Today, it is 20 billion, and it is likely to increase further. And last year, because of this high demand, the EIB's Board of Directors increased the energy lending by 30 billion euros up to 2027, which is the contribution of the EIB to the Repower EU program of the Commission. Demand is strong, investments are increasing. We see this clearly. Investment pace is further picking up across all sectors. One can, of course, argue, is this enough? If you look at the investment reports, if you look at the targets, it's probably not enough, so we need another increase in investment in all 3 areas. But from our point of view, this increase is already quite impressive. Where do we see the problems at the moment? First of all, infrastructure, transmission infrastructure is the bottleneck without any question. We see 3 different areas. One is already mentioned this morning, permitting, which delays many of these investments far too long from our point of view. Secondly, risk-taking. Unless you have a fully regulated, safe asset that is invested in, risk-taking becomes a problem. We see a huge interest of investors to invest in green assets, ESG financing in general, but these are often funds that are not willing to take any kind of financial, let alone project risk. So it is basically the treasury bonds that are issued by public entities that are then becoming ESG bonds, but they don't take the risk that is needed to get many of these investments off the ground. And the third one, and this has, of course, increased and it became much more complicated over the last couple of months, is now the strong increase in costs for any kind of equipment service due to inflation. And this has and still poses a number of problems for many, many projects, and which we see is already leading to severe delays on top of the supply of key equipment. So these are the 3 problems, and we need to tackle them. EIB, Commission, and others make available risk-sharing financing, which is needed, and we need a lot more. Permitting is clearly something for the public sector and the public, we heard, involvement of the public to agree upon. And the biggest question mark that we have at the moment, what is going to happen with regard to the cost increases of equipment and how these costs can be managed by project investors, project promoters, and how this development is going to develop over the next couple of years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much also for highlighting very clearly these 3 bottlenecks for further grid development. I think we can all share those big concerns, and we can look at solutions, but it won't be easy to find them, at least in the short term. Last but not least, I would like to welcome also Olivier Silla, who is Head of Department for Sustainable Networks and Investments at our agency, which is the Climate, Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency. We work hand in hand on CEF, Connecting Europe Facility, on all the grants and the work, so a close relationship between DG ENER and SINEA. So I'm very pleased to have Olivier here. Please.
Thank you very much, Mechthild. I'm very pleased to be here also because you know that the Energy Infrastructure Forum and the Connecting Europe Facility have the same age. They were both launched some 9 years ago, and clearly at the time it was felt that a certain number of very important projects bringing high EU added value to follow the image given to us by the minister, many of these projects would risk standing behind the wave because they cannot be supported by the market. And this is exactly what CEF is about, and this is exactly what CEF has been doing in the last years. We have started with electricity and gas, developed further with smart grids and CO2 networks, and as we speak, we have supported 162 actions already, and we start to see the results. 11 PCIs have already been commissioned with CEF support, and I'm sure that if you would look one by one to these PCIs, none of them would have seen the light probably without the CEF support. We are expecting 8 more this year, and of course, we have a portfolio that will develop until 2028, 2030. The most striking example was mentioned by the Commissioner. It's clearly gas. The wake-up call came with the gas crisis already at the time, and it was felt clearly that we would need to reinforce our interconnections to allow, in particular, reverse flows and also to provide supply to those member states who were too dependent from the unidirectional gas flows from Russia. And we have, bold decisions have been made at the time, and now we see the results. Baltic Connector has been completed already in 2020. The Baltic Pipe between Denmark and Poland is completed since October last year. Gipel, very difficult project at the time, could be launched, could be completed already last year. The Poland-Slovakia interconnector is another example, and last but not least, the Kirk floating LNG terminal is also a very important example where the CEF could launch these investments and make them happen. Electricity, clearly, is also our main, let's say, in terms of budget, scope for the CEF. 4 billion are going to electricity projects. And here again, many of the projects that have been supported are projects that could not be launched simply by the market and needed really a push. Everyone can have in mind the Baltic synchronization phase 1 and 2. This is, of course, a difficult but essential project that on which we are extremely committed. We have 3 smart grids projects already, and we will soon add one to our portfolio with the ceremony that we'll have in a few minutes. Clearly, interconnectors, such as the Celtic interconnector between France and Ireland and the interconnector between France and Spain, are also examples of projects that are really shaping the European grid, but that needed a push to happen. Now, looking a few seconds, let's say, what comes ahead. Well, in fact, let's speak first about CEF 1, because many of the projects have not been completed yet. You can see clearly that from CEF 1, we still have roughly a bit more than half to pay. It does not mean that more than half still has to be done, because of course there is a bit of a time lapse between the moment things are done and the moment we pay, but still it gives an idea that we still have a lot of projects to be completed, and this is of course the top priority to achieve also the objectives of Repower EU in the coming years. So let's finish those links that have been launched. Clearly, with the CEF 2, with the new means, we were able to launch 2 calls for proposals already in 21 and 22. We have one that is currently open since April. It's closing in September. And with these 3, these are the 3 that are still, so to say, on the old 10E regulation. And what you can see in green on the graph are the resources kept, around 3 billion that will be dedicated to support the rollout of the new 10E regulation. So for the period 24-27, with the first call for proposals as already in 2024. And clearly, this is now the moment to support this enlarged scope of the 10-year regulation with offshore grids, hydrogen networks and electrolyzers, smart gas grids as of 2024. The spirit has not changed. We are not aiming at supporting a wide range of projects, but only those that really need a push, because neither the market nor the regulatory framework would allow them to happen on their own. Very quickly on synergies, because of course CEF Energy is not operating in isolation. It has to find its right place in the puzzle to make these important transitions happen. Clearly, as CINEA, we have in this period the chance to manage all the programs that are somehow related to the Green Deal, which allows, of course, to build synergies. And one of the first examples is what has been done on carbon capture, where we can see that there is a very strong complementarity between the Innovation Fund, where capture and storage are supported. The CEF is stepping in for the transportation, and of course you also have research on these topics. This is probably the most advanced case of synergies, but we see it happening also in offshore now for offshore renewable generation, where, for instance, we have investments on CEF transport in a certain number of European ports to change their equipment, to change the configuration of the port in order to serve the offshore wind farm. So this is just an example of synergies that we try to build. And clearly, the next horizon is hydrogen, where again we will have very important projects supported by the Innovation Fund in terms of green hydrogen generation. CEF will allow to help on the transport of hydrogen, and will also, of course, have still many projects through the research program, and more generally all this in the context of the Hydrogen Bank. So we are very strongly also working on synergies to leverage the benefit of each of the program for achieving the objective of Repower EU. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Olivier, and also thank you very much for reminding us on the key success stories from CEF, both for gas, without which we would have had definitely a deeper crisis than we already had, because a lot of connectors, even LNG terminals, were financed, but the same for electricity. Excellent example for cross-border interconnectors already established. So I think this work needs to continue, but it's also good to take stock as you did. We have heard now the different views from finance regulators, TSO, DSO operator, and we had a lot of excellent points how to speed up, what are the bottlenecks, what needs to be done to accelerate, to anticipate, to get the public support. We have around half an hour, and I would like to open the floor to the audience if you have questions. But before doing that, I would like, if other panelists would like to react to what have been said on the panel, on some of the issues, on the bottlenecks, on the risk-taking. Is there any quick reactions to the speakers? Otherwise, I will open the floor. No? So I will open the floor. So if you have a question, please, there are microphones, present quickly yourself, even if you are known, and maybe you can ask the question either to one panelist or more openly to several. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for very good presentations, all of you. I think that the presentation which made me most curious was from Acer, you, Dennis, because you were talking about these two extremes and you wanted this efficient investments into transmission. So for me, it's like, let's say, a pendulum. So how do you view, so do you think that actually we are going towards a situation where we, and including also regulators, need to accept less certainty and more risk in their decisions? That's one question. Another question could be, for me, it's also a change of mindset that we have actually gone in the other direction for many decades, and now we actually change. So could there also be a risk that actually we don't have the ability to change our mindset to actually speed up in that direction, not only us, let's say, as investors or infrastructure owners, but perhaps also even regulators?
Thank you. Yeah, I think that was a clear question to the regulator.
So it looks like you're underestimating the flexibility of regulators. No, I think it's a very good point. And it's a point which, frankly, I don't think regulators by themselves could address, because it's not our mandate to say, well, let's take on more risk and then we'll put the bill to consumers. I think it's something which needs a broader discussion. And there are trade-offs here. There's no easy solution. What we hear from the political and the policy level is very clearly, we heard it today as well, the need to shift gears, the Commissioner said, to speed up to make sure we meet the decarbonization targets. That's clear. But shifting gear and speeding up comes with a certain risk. And then the question becomes, how much risk are we collectively in this whole system of investment for energy infrastructure willing to take? And who's actually taking the risk? We as regulators are not going to pay, but can we put the bill to consumers? Is it the investor who takes the risk? Is it a split risk? I don't know the answer. But it's something which needs to be very clearly discussed, and there needs to be an explicit trade-off at a higher, I think at a political level, say, we think this is so important that we accept that out of the 10 anticipatory or more anticipatory investments, some will turn out to be not as efficient as it would have been. And that's fine, we accept that. And then maybe over time you kind of refine the system and you say, well, it should be more or a bit less. But that's the discussion which I think needs to happen at the political or at least the policy level.
Thank you. Are there any views on this risk-taking question also from, yeah? Please, Peter.
Yeah, somebody... One more time, yeah. If someone would like to go first, but indeed, yeah, thank you also, Dennis, for your reflections also from the regulatory side. I think indeed there is the challenge to keep DSOs efficient. Indeed, there's also the challenge to find a new way forward. And perhaps it helps also when we try to investigate that new way forward, both from TSOs and DSOs, to have anticipatory investments under uncertainty, to also realize that there are similarities but also differences between TSOs and DSOs. I think for DSOs specifically, it is on a different granularity. It's much more distributed, it's much more average, so perhaps it also helps to think a bit about a different frame to see how, for instance, millions of charging poles or millions of rooftop solars can be anticipatory invested, rather than more one-off type of investments that you might encounter in the TSO. So I would like to ask your attention for that different in nature, so to say.
Yeah, maybe short comment here. I think that we have to also put this risk at the perspective. We are discussing and deciding indeed about the investment, but if you then look at the comparison, what I give you, what are the cost of curtailed energy, the scope, the prices the budget that is, let's say, wasted, and if we compare it to the even CEF budget of one, it takes 1 year in particular country to compare the support to the infrastructure. So I believe that we should find a good balance, and the way that we can use this, we can make this investment decisions on certain infrastructures to the risk and to then plan them in advance to let's say, to smoothen this situation in the market. So this is of course question to discuss. This is question to make a regulatory decision. But I think that we should take it strongly into account. And it was mentioned before that I think CEF is also a very good example on how to address the externalities. We addressed in a successful manner in Europe security of supply in advance. We addressed market integration when we were making decisions without knowing the effect, but the effect was, for example, the lower prices of energy for the end users. So this is where we have to, let's say, be a bit more bold, but find a good balance to do that.
Thank you. Yeah, please.
I tend to agree with Piotr, and also would like to say that this seems to me like a very important topic. I'm very glad that it was raised by Acer, and I think this is a very good subject to be tackled at the infrastructure conference, high-level conference, which Commissioner announced before, because we need to really strike the right balance of this, find the ones and find an agreement among all the parties where the risk should be accommodated. And regarding the efficiency, I also agree, as we can see, and we have here the green switch, for example, the TSOs are really eager to do whatever is possible to increase the efficiency of using the grids. However, of course, there are certain limits which are coming from the situations when you need to share not only regulation power, but also ancillary services in the future. So we will talk about more capacities needed anyway. So of course, while trying to be efficient, I think we all recognize that it's still necessary to expand the grids as well. And of course, in a very wise and concise way. Yeah, so thank you for that comment.
Thank you very much for all your replies. I think this is indeed a topic we will need to discuss further, how to tackle these risks. There is another question here, please.
Also the man in the back.
First, and then the man in the back, Patrick.
Hello. I have a bit of a problem with my voice, but I hope you can still hear me well. Yeah, we heard a lot about the bottlenecks, and we were also very happy to hear Kadri Simpson saying that Europe's energy future depends on grids, that this topic is getting the urgency that it deserves. One big bottleneck that I didn't hear anybody mention today so far is the critical raw materials and the copper that will be needed to build and expand on the grids, and the number of mines that we would be needing to open now already in order to meet that demand for copper. We think that a lot of innovation is needed also on developing new materials based on superconductors, for example, to actually build these new grids and develop this infrastructure. But I'm curious to hear the views of the panel on this.
Thank you very much. Very good question. Who wants to take the question on the need for critical minerals and what we need to make sure? The Commission came out 16th of March with what we call a Critical Minerals Act, which is now in the debate with European Parliament and the member states. And it's exactly looking at what kind of critical minerals we need with the ongoing clean energy transitions, both for infrastructure and electricity lines, but also for windmills and other PVs and other clean energy sources. But please, the floor is yours. Sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. So from our point of view, we are looking into the financing of a number of mining projects in Europe. It has never been easy, but today it is certainly not any easier. So these are projects that take almost a decade to develop. If you start with the mining part, extraction of the minerals. But we have to look at the entire value chain. And even if we now find some very good deposits in Europe, and the time lags that are needed to make them commercially viable, the next steps are also crucial. And so we also need to focus particularly on the processing of the raw materials, which is even more highly concentrated. And we should not forget that it's not just access to the mineral itself, it is the processing step that is even more critical. And we depend basically entirely for almost all critical minerals on countries outside the EU for this. I would not see this, as we are talking about energy infrastructure here today, as the main problem. It is a problem overall for Europe, but I think what we are discussing here today, it is a slightly different problem, at least from our point of view, and we would need to treat it differently. So I would rather say that this is something to be observed for this forum, but not the core problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I mean, the mining is taking place mostly outside EU with a few exceptions, but the processing, I think, to be clear, 80% is in China, so and in other parts of the world. So I think there is a need to look at it more globally, but also in the context of infrastructure. There was first here Patrick Clarence, and then I have two more here in the front. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mechthild. My name is Patrick Clarence. I'm representing EAST, European Association for Storage of Energy. Thank you very much to the panel. I was very happy to hear today that we are moving away, or we should move away from CapEx only and looking at OpEx or TOTEX. I was very happy to hear also from Dennis that there is more alternatives than only lines, and we should look in those, and they should be implemented. And we heard a lot about the DSOs, that a lot of renewables are connected on this level. So we need to move fast, and we need therefore to have the investment, the necessary investment there. But one of the signals for investment is missing here, and I would like to know how to get this. Nobody really in the EU knows how much renewable energy is curtailed, at which price, how much is the curtailment and the redispatch on the EU basis. You have some member states who are very transparent, Germany, very transparent, former member state UK also very transparent, but others don't publish any numbers. So if you want to have an investment to be done where it's needed, any storage to get energy out, any technology, you need to show the investors where it should be done. And therefore you need to have the understanding how much the cost is for the system and where these bottlenecks are and how the structure works. How do we get this visible?
Thank you very much. Also a very good question. Anyhow, anyone who wants to react? And Sui, regulator, and Sui, please.
Well, good question. Definitely, I agree that countries like Germany are very transparent on curtailments and on redispatch, because this is a major topic now, and it's related to also some lack of infrastructure from the north to the south. And obviously, we would be very happy to discuss how this could be tackled, because we at this point there is of course a major principle that there are no curtailments taking place, and when they are, then they should be reported. So there are many countries where the curtailments is not a typical or standard situation. It's not a standard tool. And I must say that at this point, we didn't feel a need to include this in our in our scenarios. But with the larger deployment of renewables, I think this will be coming. I experienced just from my own country, the Czech Republic, the first case ever when there was curtailment on the Easter Monday of renewables. And of course, this was a major issue reported, on the national level, discussion with the ministries and so on. So now I can see that when this will be coming more often, and there will be not enough of the tools, how to regulate that, that we should provide this on the European level as a transparent information that could be then that could be shared and also provide the right investment signals, because the investment signals is all what this is about. I think your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else who wants to react on that question? Yes, please.
Yeah, perhaps to add a little bit from a DSO side, I think we are all aware about the volatility of the renewable resources. So flexibility is an important source for that in all options, right? So it's about conversion, about demand side, and about storage. So I think in the time to come, when we work on the flexibility methodology that is also envisioned in the EMD redesign, I think TSO and DSO together can find further methods to predict to further forecast the needs for it. I think it will take time, though. It is a matter of step-by-step investigating how things will go for the long-term and short-term flexibility. But I think it's an interesting point that needs some further investigation at the time to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Piotr?
And maybe just a short comment. These signals will also enable better planning and better sizing of future electrolyzers. And if we also look at the storage possibilities and avoiding the curtailments, this is where the planning of this integrated planning of electricity together with gas and future hydrogen will be needed.
Yes, thank you very much. So good question. We need more data, and part of the flexibility requests are also covered, as it was mentioned, in the reform of our proposal on the electricity market design, which is in negotiations with co-legislators right now. I would like to take these two questions here. If we can give the mic first to the lady and then behind the man.
Thank you, Antonella Battaglini from RGI. So I would like to go back to the anticipatory investments discussion, because I think it is important to stress the fact that in the last decade, renewable integration has happened thanks to the fact that someone took the risk and oversized the infrastructure in the past. And so my key question is, how do we make anticipatory investments that are the result of scenarios that are fully compatible with our climate objectives? How do we make sure that these scenarios are based on optimization and not on the past way of looking at energy? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Also a very good and clear question. Who would like to take it? Dennis?
I can say a few words. It's a good concept, Antonella. I think we agree with the idea. You will need scenarios. We have developed, as Acer, as you probably know, framework guidelines for scenario development. That's for the ENSOs to develop their scenarios for network planning. That is quite generic. This is very much more specific on the project level to say which particular investment will be needed. It's probably true that some overinvestment has taken place in the past. There were also some curtailments, as we heard in the previous discussion. Not everything could be connected directly, and there are bottlenecks in the system, clearly so. So it's a matter of developing something which is good enough and which allows us to take collectively a certain risk and say this is acceptable in these kind of terms, depending on how firm the commitment is from the project developers and how certain they are about developing a project in time. We see quite some delays for some projects, and that's also important to take into account.
A risk that has to be taken by a project developer. This is an attitude that society has to take, because if we fail at having the infrastructure in place, this will have huge consequences in all other sectors. So we cannot look at project by project investments. We have to look holistically at what energy systems infrastructure implies for society, European society as a whole. Otherwise, we are not good enough.
Thank you. Any comments on that for now? I think we can go also, Antonella, after the coffee break, there will be a possibility to continue that important debate. Please.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Pablo Koch from the International Energy Agency. I'm the head of Renewables Integration and Secure Electricity there. Soon to be colleagues, yes. Thank you for a very good discussion, and well, I'm glad to say that many of the topics here are some of the things we're looking at in our upcoming special report on grids, so things like curtailment, critical minerals, and supply chains. I wanted to come back and ask everybody, maybe the European Investment Bank might have an opinion, but it's something that was mostly mentioned by the chair, but not really touched upon here, and it's about the private investment. And you mentioned funding from privates as well as from the EU level and the national level, but I did not hear any comments on this. How do we really operationalize this kind of fluffy target? How do we break down the barriers to really bring the private money in a system that has been mostly been regulated by Coast Plus? Any kind of thoughts I would be more than interested on hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pablo. Yes, I think the bank was requested.
Frankly, I don't know whether I have the answer to that, because it's really a big question. We see a lot of public investment that triggers private money that is co-invested. But of course, the order of magnitude is not high enough. What we have observed over the last years is indeed less private money incentivized through public money. So, for example, in the past, the EIB financed an energy infrastructure project and took a financing share of roughly 1/3. Today, our share is higher, and in some cases it goes as high as 75% of the entire investment cost. And this has to do with the financing volume, first and foremost, but secondly, with this, what I tried to allude to before, is the risk-taking. The question is, how can you try to tie in more private funding? And what we basically see everywhere is its certainty, the level of certainty for investors in the long term. And this is, wherever we look, also now offshore is a good example. The private investor takes a large risk at the moment with the current prices, or there are no incentives, financial incentives, other than the permit to feed into the grid. So from that point of view, these project finance operations bear a comparatively high level of risk that was not there before. And if we want to accelerate this process again, I think we need to give the private investor more certainty over the long term, and the long term means 20 years plus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this certainty, predictability, we are about to conclude our framework for 2030, but we need to go beyond, certainly, for infrastructure. Please, there's a...
So may I also comment on this, if I...
Yes, very quickly, because I have 2 questions still.
Okay, just quickly. I think I mentioned that very shortly in my intervention at the beginning. Many of the infrastructure companies in gas are also private entities. And since we haven't finalized the framework for the gas package and for hydrogen package, they are waiting. They're waiting if they can invest. Regulatory bodies are waiting if they can give a certain decision to them, even though the regulated business has this smaller list than the, let's say, purely private. And they expect this clarity if they can repurpose their assets, if they can operate them post-2030, if they can charge tariffs for their IPs. There is a lot of things they wait now. And we as TSO wait since January 21. So this is an answer.
Thank you, and we hope to conclude also the decarbonization of gas and hydrogen package by the end of this year with the co-legislators. Please, you had a question, and there was one more here.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Sara Kärki. I'm coming from Gas Grid Finland, but representing today European Hydrogen Backbone Initiative. We are 32 gas transmission system operator and infrastructure companies with a shared vision on hydrogen and the infrastructure playing a key role in decarbonization. Thank you for the very interesting discussions and presentations so far. Very much looking forward to continue this discussion, and especially on the point on optimization and looking at this whole energy system as holistically. And my key question relates to the processes. How are we going to do this systematic approach and analysis of the future energy system? We in the European Hydrogen Backbone Initiative have done some modeling together also with the Gas for Climate group and seen clear benefits on modeling the system as a whole. The key question is in these system modelings is that how do we get timely data? And this is my question. How do we speed up the whole processes? As the 10YNDP processes have been, for example, mentioned here, but we see a lot of growth in renewable energy projects, hydrogen projects, and how do we keep up with the pace? And how do we make sure that our modelings are therefore accurate? Thank you.
Thank you. Very good question, because obviously for doing a good modeling, you need the data. And then sometimes the data is available with a certain time lag. But we are working on it as others as well. Somebody who wants to take that question here? Yeah, Dennis, data man.
Yeah, it's a good point, especially now because there's quite some uncertainty for hydrogen, how much demand will be, when and where, and that, of course, will drive or should drive the investments in repurposing or new pipelines for hydrogen. We'll probably see it as a step-by-step approach. We don't think we'll get full certainty now. It will materialize over time, and there are competitors out there. So for some industries, it will be hydrogen. For others, it will be something else. And we don't know yet what the answer will be, and it will be driven also by technological innovation, by costs coming down or not, by imports. There's so many factors which are really difficult to model. We've seen the modeling from Hydrogen Europe, from the backbone for Hydrogen Backbone. We've seen also other modelings. They have very different results, and it's difficult to see which one is now the better prediction of the future. So for us, it will be more a case-by-case assessment. We need to move forward. We see that the 10YNDP process sometimes it's very complicated. I don't envy the ENSOs. But it also takes a lot of time. And there is a question there of how complete you need to be and how fast you need to be. And in the past, I think that maybe that was different. And maybe now there's a case to be made to speed up a bit more without losing the essentials of what is reliable. On the 10YNDP, finally, I think there's a point to be made about the number of projects included there. If we look at the latest one that we received, it doesn't look very realistic to include all those projects in there, for instance, for hydrogen. So maybe there's also a point about selection and saying which ones should be included, which ones are realistic, and which ones are a bit too premature to be included in an official document like that.
Thank you. I think you captured well the challenges in doing that and doing a good forecast or modeling, and we compare also different views here. We have 5 minutes left and 2 questions, so I think it was here and then one here more on the front. Thank you.
Yes, hello. Frieda Kieninger, Food and Water Action Europe, environmental NGO in Brussels. I think what Dennis said is playing a lot into my question. So we all agree on needs for efficiency, for bringing down costs as much as possible, and most importantly, decarbonization, which was starting the entire conversation about hydrogen. And you pointed out to the different models that are really differing, which is important in these times of high uncertainty on some demand, supply, is it feasible, imports, etc. And so my question is, yeah, it's really depending then as well on who we ask. We have a big involvement by, for example, Entergy, the gas transport industry, which has a direct interest in building out a grid. Entergy is very much involved in both the 10E, most likely in the gas package, etc. So my question is, are we asking the right people, and don't we have a need for really independent scientific data, particularly in these times of uncertainty and scarcity? Thank you.
Thank you. I can react, but I would like first to give the floor. Piotr, you were mentioned.
I think Entergy was mentioned there, so maybe first one point my side. I think it's really related to to what was said, also answered by Dennis. I would say that first of all, about data and modeling, there are certainly many initiatives that are taken on board. We have Clean Hydrogen Alliance, we have IPCEI projects, we have PCA projects that are being run, animated, and supervised by the Commission. So, first thing is, of course, to coordinate the data to see what is the siting, the size of the projects where it comes to the production. On your question on the role of NSOG, we are the entity that collects bottom-up approach. We are not the body that decides on the projects and its implementation. We are performing our duties in the PCI process also along the regulation that is stipulated by the EU. This is something that is applicable to us. All our scenario works or our T1DP works are transparent and open to public consultations. So we are not, let's say, putting any vested interest to our works. We collect the data, we analyze them against the climate objectives of the EU. And also we are open and we are also performing together with NSOE on scenarios, the external technical advisory group where also the stakeholders are participating. So to maybe answer your concerns here and clarify the situation from our side.
Thank you. And obviously we from the Commission side mainly work with our Joint Research Center and also Eurostat and other bodies. And when it comes to the PCI process, which is where we are in the middle of it, but not subject to discussion here, but it's a process which is very much driven by technical assessment and regional assessment. And we will come out in November with our list for this new one, for this new round. A last question here, and then unfortunately we have to conclude.
I'm Peter Scherer from Drenzen BW, German TSO. First, a small remark. We heard several times redispatch costs in Germany. Yes, they are there, as well wind curtailment. On the other hand side, we have more than 130 gig wind and PV already integrated in the system. And when I look forward and the ambitious goals we have, I guess somehow these challenges will come as well in other places. So is it a success to have already 130 gig renewables integrated? Or as well, when I see more than 250 terawatt hours and curtailment is rather small when you compare this. Was a remark. Next point, question. It's a bit as well towards the discussion efficiency and speed and new technology. So this is a trade-off as well for us as TSOs. For example, we ordered hundreds of kilometers of HVDC lines even before we had a permission for the line. As well, we invest in new technologies, grid-forming devices that were not there before. We put them on places where we had conventional power plants before. I'm almost sure in 10 years' time they will be cheaper, but still we ordered them and we had to order them. So when you do a benchmark later on, you might say this was inefficient, but we need them and we need them now. And what we do as TSO, we go for a tender and then we take somehow what the suppliers offer. So question back, what is more important, speed or efficiency? Even I fully agree, efficiency is a high important point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I guess the answer is we need both, but I would like to give the floor maybe to you to react on that, on speed and efficiency, or somebody else then.
Well, I actually agree with you that it is always important to strike the right balance. And the question is what we want. We also have another element, and Peter knows that very well, it's security of supply. So all these three all together, it's always like balancing where exactly we find ourselves. And yeah, a hard question. But I think it's not up to TSOs to decide because we are also providing and facilitating this to happen. So we, of course, strive for efficiency, strive to make it as fast as possible, and that's why we always ask for speeding up all the procedures and streamlining them. But then there is public order and there is a political will in which direction we go, and this is where we, of course, are aligned and we have our mandates, and so this is something that we believe should be balanced. But of course, the exact facets of what at a certain point should be put forward, this is what we can only suggest, but it's up to the policymakers.
Thank you. Dennis, you want to come in?
Yeah, you made 2 important points. One on curtailment. I think it's good to clarify that for us, at least, the goal is not to avoid any curtailment at any cost. We don't necessarily need a copper plate. It could well be that the optimal solution, let's say, is a system which sometimes has some curtailment. But I think the discussion here was about, do we have transparency about whether it occurs and what the costs are? I think that's the starting point, and from there you can discuss what is now the optimal level. Should we avoid some of these curtailments? What would it cost? And then it becomes a technical discussion. And on the risk-taking and the anticipation, I think you gave some good examples. The cost curves will come down, normally for new techniques for sure. Doesn't mean you should wait. If you run a proper procedure like a procurement process, that's actually part of what probably is driving those costs to come down. If there's more clients now, over time, this would lead to more volumes of the production, and that would help to bring the cost down. So somebody needs to start it. And if you can show towards your regulator that you've done a proper assessment of the cost at that moment in time, that to me sounds like an efficient investment.
Thank you. Any other comments from the panel at that stage? No. So I would like to very much thank all the speakers at the panel. I think we tackled a number of crucial questions about how to attract more investment, both private and public, but also what are the bottlenecks. What do we need to do to cooperate even better? We had in 2020 a communication about energy system integration, and I think this is still extremely valid now and needed to bring all the different parts together. And I'm happy that we managed, at least in this panel today, the discussion to focus on the different aspects of that future system integration. So a huge thanks to all of you. We will conclude this panel now, but we will have a chance later today to have some of the discussions, but also tomorrow there are more technical workshops where we will go into much more detail on hydrogen, gas, electricity, smart grids, and so on. So big applause for our participants of this panel. Now we have the chance to look for one concrete project. Thank you. I think we have heard now a lot about the policy, regulatory, and other aspects, but I think some of the crucial aspects is also to look at concrete projects. And I'm very happy that we have here the opportunity to hold the ceremony that marks the award of a Connecting Europe Facility grant to Flagship, an example of what we call smart electricity grids, which is called Green Switch, which is a joint project, as the Commissioner mentioned when she mentioned it in her opening speech, between Croatia, Slovenia, and Austria. We know that grids or smart grids are a key enabler for facilitating the energy transition and also to allow both for the uptake of renewables but also flexible demand. So we give a particular attention to smart electricity grids. And obviously our role always with CEF and PCI is to look at cross-border. Our role from the Commission and also our money is on cross-border, connecting either 2 or more member states together. This project, Green Switch, is between 3 of our EU member states, and I think this makes it really a very exemplary project of a PCI between Austria, Croatia, and Slovenia. Our support from CEF was 73.1 million for investments which will help realizing this ambitious project. So Green Switch will serve to upgrade electricity grids to allow for the integration of an increasing number of new users, like renewable energy production, heat pumps, electric vehicles, and it's really what we discussed also right now to optimize the electricity system. And that can then be used to exploit complementarities between these three member states in terms of their seasonal loads. And that's what we need across Europe. We need this strong collaboration between TSOs and DSOs, electricity networks capable of incorporating many renewables and flexible demand, consider sector coupling by design, and looking for ways to make it more efficient. And as we have now the ceremony, I'm really very, very happy and have the pleasure to count on the State Secretary of the Slovenian Ministry of the Environment, Climate and Energy, who will share her views on this emblematic smart grid project. State Secretary, I would like to welcome you here with me on the stage.
Thank you, Mechthild. Dear guests to this conference, dear participants, I'm extremely privileged to be here today to sort of kick off the Green Switch project. And at this point, I have to say a couple of thank yous, so please bear with me. First of all, I want to thank the Commission and to the CINEA for recognizing the project, the importance of the project, the quality of the project, and giving it its support. I also want to thank you to recognize the significance of this project and highlighting it at this conference. I think it's a very important step because, of course, this is a European forum and everybody gathers here, and having this recognition at this stage is really flattering. As this project grew out of previous excellent cooperation of the consortium partners from Slovenia, Croatia, and Austria, of course, I want to congratulate all the partners, the TSOs, the DSOs, to having really done the hard work to setting this up, and I wish them all the best with the implementation. It's a 6 years long project, and it's a long way to go, but you have full support of the Slovenian government, and I do believe you will manage. I have to say that I'm especially proud of the Slovenian TSO, ELES, which again showed true leadership. It again showed its European commitment, and it again showed its commitment to push for climate-neutral electricity networks. So I am proud, and that's why I'm also here to congratulate our TSO on the leadership part. From the Slovenian government, as said before, you have full support, and I will now give the word back to you, Mechthild, to take us forward into the next step of the ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And without the engagement of also the Slovenian government, I think yourself, Tina, it's very important to make that happen. But as you mentioned, there had been 7 DSO and TSOs together, and maybe also the CINEA, Olivier, can participate here. But I would like also the 7 beneficiaries to join us here, but to give the floor to Mr. Alexander Mervar, the CEO of ELES.
So not only on behalf of Mr. Mervar, but on behalf of all consortiums, so 5 DSOs, 2 TSOs from 3 member states. So dear Mechthild, dear Tina, we are extremely proud, and at this stage we are delighted that you really put us into this position, that we have this great honor to have acquired the status of the project of common interest on this very specific and very particular field of smart grids, which is even heavier to build. And of course, now we are also very proud and delighted that we have this 50% grant assured. And what this means, it really means that we are now gaining this strong motivation to make this project happen. But it's also a motivation to think into the future for new similar projects. This shouldn't be the last project we do together in this region. And we also do all this, of course, as said many times before, to accelerate this important stage of green transition. Green switch means both electricity, networks, but also the green switch of green environment. It has been mentioned that it covers a lot of very complex and complicated topics. It deals with the flows, it deals with curtailment, it deals with minimizing the redispatching costs, it deals with so many issues, but it really strongly links the TSOs and the DSOs, bidirectional flows, optimization on different levels. It also tackles the cross-sector collaboration. So we are moving into the direction of supporting mobility, transport, but also the heating sector, which was mentioned today already from the very beginning. So, of course, improving the quality of supply, improving the possibilities for integration of new renewable energy sources, all that is part of it. But let me finish with one very important thing. At this opportunity, I would really like to thank also the operational teams of all the involved partners. They were really key to bring these ideas into firm things, you know, because it takes a lot of effort and project management and collaboration. 7 partners is a huge effort. Everyone needs to bring something in. And I would like to thank all the involved ministries, all the administration which was involved. I would like to also thank the CINEA, the operational people, because that's really the key, that we get the feedback, that we can work together. That was very helpful. And of course, as our State Secretary already said, we are extremely delighted to get your attention, that the Commission really recognized this project and that it is now today in this spotlight of today's event. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you and all those who had been involved, the DSO and TSO, but also CINEA, who has a great role on that, and I would like to give the floor to Olivier.
Thank you, Mechthild, and of course we are very, very happy that today, in the context of the Energy Infrastructure Forum, such a project is highlighted. It's an exemplary project in terms of regional cooperation. It is building up on a previous project that was then further enlarged. And I must say that from our point of view, we have all confidence that the project will develop very successfully, because it links the experience of self-beneficiaries already involved in previous projects with the enthusiasm of newcomers. So best of luck. On our side, you can rely, of course, on our help. We will follow the project very closely. So once again, congratulations and best of luck, and you can rely on us to be with you along this journey. And I understand now that we have to
we have a photo opportunity, and I would like all the beneficiaries, so ELES, HOPES, KNG, HEP-OTS, Elektro Ljubljana, Elektro Gorenjska, and Elektro Celje. Everyone, and a huge thanks to all of you to put that together. And we will have a photo probably in front of the Green Switch together with you, the State Secretary Olivier, you, Ona, and in order to really mark this great project and the award and the work you have done together. And if there's a representative of Austria, I would also like to join. Thanks. Thank you very much all. I think that was great. And now you deserve a coffee. There's a half an hour coffee break outside because before we reconvene in half an hour. start to sit down. No, it's not. So we really encourage strong stakeholder involvement. We have a whole process to make sure that all stakeholders are part of the process, of the planning, of the mapping of infrastructure. And I think the next session will be particularly interesting to look how we can do best in order to really get all the views and be able to integrate them in the future planning of 10E. So in that, we have a format which is something between fishbowl and Oxford-style session. So it's a bit more innovative. And I'm sure, and I hope you will like it, because we would like this to happen in that half cycle and with your input and with your voices. In order to do so, I would like to ask Antonella Battalini, who is working with us, and she is the CEO of the Renewables Grids Initiative, which is exactly, and Antonella can explain better than me, it's exactly to involve all the stakeholders on the renewable grids planning. So we are working together with her and other partners, and I think you will run the show now, so I will give you the floor, and we will all be listening to the debate. It's an hour or so, which we will introduce. Thank you very much for accepting that, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thanks for this opportunity. So this is going to be very different, and it is, you know, the table has gone. This is already quite a unique difference in this beautiful location. So what will happen today is that, first of all, we are going to have a presentation online by a scientist. I will introduce him in a moment. Then I will invite two individuals, which I'm going to disclose in a moment who they are, to sit here. And two chairs will be empty. They will stay available for you. There is not going to be a Q&A session, but whenever you want to contribute to the discussion, whenever you want to express an opinion, either in your personal capacity or as a representative of the organization you work with, you come, jump on, it's quite a big step. There will be a microphone on the empty chairs. You take the microphone and you stay as long as you made your point. Okay, I know that many of you have never done something like this. So be courageous, because if you don't come of your own initiative, then I would have to name someone to come on stage, which makes my job a bit more difficult. What is the point? The point is that we have heard we have a huge amount of infrastructure that we need to build if we really want to enable the energy transition to happen. This infrastructure has to be built fast, because time is really running out. However, building infrastructure is not easy, let alone all the technical and supply chain issues. Infrastructure is being built in nature and next to someone. This someone has the habit usually to protest, because energy infrastructure has an impact on the lives of communities. And essentially, everyone would like to have infrastructure built in the garden of the neighbor rather than in their own garden. So how do we create an environment where there is more support rather than more opposition? There has been from the Commission and from many member states suggestions on how to speed up the permitting, and some have also discussing how to shorten the consultation time. But actually, we see that there are increasing conflicts on the ground, and therefore consultations are very important. once we talk about consultation, immediately we have to think who is paying for what. We already discussed about cost before. We do more consultation. How are we going to pay for this consultation? We engage the public, but at which point in time? Our thesis that we have worked together with the Commission and ESA in a leaflet that probably you have seen in the documents available on the forum webpage, is that we need to engage as early as possible. We need to engage not only at the project level, but for the entire transition plan. And so the question is, how do we do that? And to start, I would like to now introduce Professor Patrick Devine-White. He is one of the leading scientists for psychology and human geography. I need to read exactly. Give me a moment. Patrick is the lead author of the IPCC, and is one of the top-ranked scientists. He's top 1% scientist in social science, according to citation in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. So if you want an expert, here is. He's the only one who has been allowed to actually participate remotely. There are reasons for this. So his expertise is really on environmental psychology and human geography. He has been conducting research on sustainable energy transition, and in particular on place attachment and public engagement. Since a couple of years, Patrick is also director of a very large project financed by the UK Economic and Social Research Council. It is a more than 6 million project, which is looking at leadership for environmental social science in the UK, but also with an implication worldwide. So, Patrick, you will have a presentation. You will tell us what the science is saying in terms of why we should engage the public, and then we take it from there. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonella, and hello to everybody from the southwest of England with the wonders of technology, reaching out and communicating to you all in Copenhagen. And I'm sorry I can't be there myself, but I have some important Access project meetings this week that I need to be here in person for, and I don't fly these days unless it's an emergency. Well, it is an emergency, a climate emergency, but I don't fly otherwise, and there simply wasn't time to reach Copenhagen through land travel this week. But I do welcome the opportunity to talk to you today. Thank you very much for the invitation. And I'm going to be talking about the general area of stakeholder engagement, stakeholder participation, and trying to improve the outcomes in the deployment of large-scale net zero infrastructures. So I'm deliberately avoiding terminology like speeding up technology deployment. Instead, I'm talking about improving outcomes. And I do think there are risks as well as potential benefits in simply talking about speed and streamlining and hastening, and sometimes going quicker actually ends up going slower. I'll also talk about net zero infrastructures a bit, because some of my current research projects are about innovative carbon capture, hydrogen, etc. facilities, not always, strictly speaking, captured by the concept of energy infrastructure. But for the last 20 years, I've been working on projects such as high voltage transmission power lines, onshore and offshore wind energy projects, etc. So very much in the area that you are interested in terms of energy infrastructure deployment. So I think we can move on to the next slide, please. You've already had an introduction to me, so I'm not going to spend too long on this slide. But I think the point to make is that I've been looking at this area for about 20 years now, and my interest in research on public engagement, stakeholder engagement, community acceptance was really sparked by conflict. It was sparked by the idea of NIMBYism, the idea that There are people out there who just want to say, not in my backyard, whose primary goal in life is to stop things that are in the collective public good. At least that's the idea that you tend to get. And I've been interested in that idea really ever since. I'm also the kind of academic who doesn't believe in just writing papers and leaving them in university bookshelves, but also reaching out and making sure that people can hear and benefit from academic research. And my Access project, which I'll describe briefly at the end, is a good example of that. On the right-hand side, you can see some of the policy-facing work I'm currently doing or have been doing. And I think the important point about these is that they span different scales of application, from international right down to the local. And the other thing is that that Exeter Community Energy stint that I did on the board, I was chair for a year or two, it was really an attempt by me to be involved in the practical aspects of energy transitions, not just churning out research and writing journal papers, but actually being involved on the ground in my local area in an initiative that was trying to think about how we do energy transitions in a participatory manner, reaching out to stakeholders and local residents and giving them a tangible stake, a financial stake, but not only a financial stake, a psychological stake in the transitions we're talking about, which I think is an important part of that process. So I learned a lot from doing that, and hopefully we'll be able to share some of that in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So, I mean, I think it's worth kind of standing back and saying, why do you guys need to listen to me? Why do we need social science research on energy transitions and processes of engagement? And I think that's because there have been so many examples of where things have gone wrong over the years. And the fact is that I hear often people say, well, you can't please everybody. There will always be conflict. Someone will always complain. And I think those beliefs come out of long-standing citing conflicts, which themselves arise in what some people have called the DAD approach, which is decide, announce, and then defend. And that DAD approach, decide, announce, defend, is not compatible with just transition. It's not compatible with the Aarhus Convention. And yet it was, for a long time, the way in which infrastructures got built. And I'll describe some of the reasons for that. But it tends to involve a kind of a paradigm of sorts, a way of thinking about how we build infrastructure. And predominantly it starts with viewing infrastructure deployment as a technocentric engagement, a technocentric project. It's fundamentally about the technology, so the experts that you need are the engineers who know how to build and deploy and construct those technology infrastructures. And you also suspect that there are a few people out there who make nuisance, and they're called the NIMBYs, the not in my backyard people that Antonella referenced. And so often that leads to an expectation of a defensive approach. You know, you're expecting at any point these objectors to rear their heads. So you approach engagement in that light. And it often does not happen early enough, as Antonella was recommending, as early as possible. It often doesn't happen early enough. Too many key decisions are taken before communities are even informed about what's coming down the track. That engagement isn't often wide enough or responsive enough in terms of what mechanisms or methodologies are employed to reach people, and who are they targeted at, and how well do they reach all groups impacted by those infrastructure projects, not just the people motivated to go to community exhibitions or whatever, or quickly look into social media, but really genuinely reaching out to all people who will be impacted. And part of this comes back to the idea of what an infrastructure project is and who's an expert that needs to be part of that process. And I think for a long time, it's been driven by a kind of a politics or a hierarchy of expertise that leaves local knowledge and lay knowledge well down the track in terms of what's important in terms of feeding into a project. And it also means that if you do think about community engagement or public engagement, it's often around what is often perceived as bribery. So how do we kind of rig the community benefits to make sure that the selfish people out there feel like they're getting something tangible out of it? And that often doesn't lead to trustful relationship building or genuine listening between the parties, which leads to concrete relationships over time. At best, some of this community engagement could be described as pretty tokenistic box ticking that leads to a planning consent, which is the primary goal. But at worst, it can be viewed as manipulation. And here I'm thinking of concepts employed right back in the 1960s by Shelley Arnstein in that ladder of participation with manipulation at the bottom, where engagement might look like it's taking place, but really the decision has already been taken or largely has been taken, rather than adhering to, say, the Aarhus Convention, which talks about the genuine need for information sharing and participation in environmental decision making. And so, like over 10 years ago, I put this in a paper as a kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, a kind of a toxic kind of loop, which we can be unfortunately trapped within, where we expect NIMBYism to happen. So we design engagement processes in order to deal with those difficult, deviant minorities, which I think further is likely to inflame and provoke objections, which in turn creates that NIMBY context that people perceive. So we need to break out of that. We need to get into different kind of cycles, more positive cycles of engagement, where people actually are very comfortable having infrastructure projects in their locality. And I might sound naive or idealistic here, but I do believe that that is at least potentially feasible. Next slide, please. So I thought this quote I just wanted to share with you, it was taken from one of my recent research projects, which was about attempts to develop the shale gas fracking industry in the UK. And you know, the rise and fall of shale gas as an energy resource in the UK energy mix has been widely publicized. But you rarely speak to an industry stakeholder, in this case, somebody who was a CEO of a shale gas firm, who spoke so honestly about community engagement. And what's interesting about this quote, I won't read it out, you can see for yourselves, you don't need me to do that, is the kind of way in which it presents the majority of people out there as, you know, not really caring about these kind of situations. You know, they're not interested. So, you know, if they're not interested, then why should we try and make them interested? We're just trying to get our project built. That's not our job. They don't care, so fine. And there's a very small number of people who do care and who make an awful lot of effort. But we're not going to pay them any attention either, because they're only the minority. And therefore, they're just trying to hijack the process. So we're going to leave them alone as well, because that's not how the system should work. And the irony about this situation is that fracking has been and continues to be extremely controversial in the UK and Ireland and beyond. So you might expect companies to think, well, we need to do just that little bit more here to try and win over communities, however they think that's best achieved. But actually, it was almost the opposite in our view, that companies tried, that really kind of thought, well, you know, we're going to get conflict anyway, so let's just do the minimum in our planning consent applications and see what we can do around that. And anything else isn't our job. It's for someone else to think about winning over the public. And I think that idea of who wins over the public, who has those broader conversations with the public about energy transitions, that perspective from many, many different company representatives I've spoken to in my research over the years, I'm actually quite sympathetic to. You know, if their job as a company is to build a particular infrastructure project, then that is a qualitatively different thing from having broader societal conversations about energy futures and who is best placed to lead on those conversations and who might be the most trusted source to do so. Next slide, please.
Patrick, are you going to tell us what are the benefits of stakeholder engagement? Can we measure that?
Yeah, I'm going to come on to that in the slide after this one. I do have some skepticism about the measurement, but I will come on to that. I'll just briefly point out some examples here from my research and that I'm aware of. And I think the thing is, probably everybody in this room knows about exemplar projects that haven't gone right, that have led to conflict. And the point about this slide is saying that these are happening in novel technologies as well. It's not just something that happened 15 years ago before we realized what was not going right. It's also happening with the rollout of hydrogen infrastructures, for example, carbon dioxide removal mechanisms, things that are really innovative and new, and yet you don't seem to get enough learning going on between technology sectors in how to do these kinds of engagement practices. Next slide, please. Yeah, okay, so I'll briefly rattle through this one as well. I think it's important to note that from a community point of view and from local stakeholders in particular, they're starting with a profound skepticism about whether what they're being told is really truthful and what they're being asked to take part in is really genuine. And research has shown this over and over again, that when opposition is provoked, it's because of the fact that people don't feel that there is any opportunity to participate, or that the opportunities that are being presented are not really genuine. And so in terms of the recasting this in a positive light, I would say that there is a strong substantive ethic in stakeholder engagement. You can actually improve the quality of projects by making sure that you listen to diverse voices in the process of making those projects happen. And I'm a firm believer that by doing that, by broadening the idea of the expertise that you need in order to get an infrastructure project built, then you can actually improve the quality of that project. But it comes back to that realization that just the engineering alone, or an outsider perspective on an infrastructure project, and recognizing that that simply isn't enough. You need to go broader than that, and you need to create a process which can bring in different actors and different voices, including local voices, in a genuine and tangible way. And if you can create the right conditions for engagement and for listening to occur, then you can add the ingredients together for a successful project that will be delivered and will be successful in time. Next slide, please. So, yeah, I was coming to the positive, eventually, perhaps. And I do think, I'm not naive, I do think it is possible to roll out energy infrastructures in ways that are far more acceptable and fair and efficient than they are often done in examples that I've mentioned to you and that we see far too often across Europe and beyond. And I think we need to begin with a positive idea about publics and about stakeholders. They have knowledge and expertise to offer energy infrastructure projects. If we only see them as people who are likely to make things difficult for us because they're a nuisance and they're selfish, then we're never going to recognize the positives that could be taken from people's views and stakeholder views as part of that tangible process. Now, it's almost impossible to quantify this. It's almost impossible to predict in advance whether an outcome of an engagement process will be successful or not, because there are so many local contextual forces that are contingent on the outcome. But I think if we spin that around and view infrastructure projects as acts of placemaking, then we see them in a different light. It means that you don't just see the project as part of a technological transition, but you view them outwards from local places. How do local places change over time with infrastructure project deployment? How can they be improved? How can we strengthen people's feelings of attachment and community belonging? And how can we design engagement processes in ways that recognizes and values those local and lay expertise that I was talking about? We do need financial benefit, economic benefit provision around infrastructure projects. As Antonella mentioned, it is only fair that people who are directly impacted by projects for the collective good have some kind of benefit arising from them as well. But we must be very, very careful not to view that benefit provision in an exclusively instrumental manner, because it will then be viewed as a bribe and it will have a negative counteractive effect. It will not achieve what you want. It'll actually counter against that and will slow things down or make things harder, as has been found. And the other point I was going to make is that I don't think any single infrastructure project can be seen in isolation. It has to be a microcosm of a wider societal conversation that's going on around energy futures, net zeros, sustainability transitions. Otherwise, you do not get the joins and the connections. For example, the first time communities learn about new energy policies is when a multinational company turns up on their door and says, well, we're just trying to propose this because the government have said this, that, and the other. And communities don't actually know much about those far-reaching and forward-thinking energy policies because they've not really been involved in any way. But I do think again, we can turn that on its head. We can have conversations in those local communities that are both local and national or international, that are about societal changes as well as local infrastructure deployment. And we can make better opportunities of those if we're clever about how we put those together and what kind of actors we bring to the table in doing that. I've also been very impressed with the use of things like citizens' assemblies, citizens' panels. We have the expertise to deliver deliberative engagement with stakeholders and publics across different regional areas across Europe. We know how to do this very effectively, to bring representative voices around the table in a facilitated way that leads to useful outcomes. And I just wanted to leave with my experience from EirGrid. I don't know if anybody from Ireland is in the room, and I do want to flag that I'm Irish. I'm based in England for 30 years, but I'm an Irish citizen. I've been involved in EirGrid's National Advisory Group for the last 10 years, and so I've seen a process where a largely engineering mindset-led organization, which got into all kinds of trouble trying to build an interconnector transmission grid from the north of Ireland to the south of Ireland, a project that went horribly wrong because it sought to do things too quickly and didn't engage carefully with stakeholders, and how that organization has realized that it had to change. It had to change its culture, it had to change its policies and its processes. It needed to bring in different kinds of expertise, that the simple engineering mindset and skill set that it had to bear 15 years ago was not going to be enough. And so it had to reach into the social sciences, other kinds of forms of expertise, and pool these together in an organization in order to have those conversations effectively. And I think that's an inspiring example. I wouldn't say they're perfect by any means, no organization is, but it's useful to see that, and I think there's a model there that lots of other organizations can copy as well in thinking through their role, and as the IPCC mentioned, about having an inclusive governance process in order to produce these fair outcomes. So just my final slide is to flag the work I'm doing in the UK and beyond as part of this Access project, simply to say that social science on environmental problems can have a useful role to play in informing decision making. And as Antonella said, the clock is ticking. We don't have any time to leave any knowledge or insight or data aside in informing decision-making processes. And that's an obligation on us as scientists and social scientists to communicate effectively with decision makers, but it's also an obligation on decision makers to listen carefully and effectively to what the evidence base is and what the data is saying. And I firmly believe that if we can manage to do that quickly and efficiently, then we have some hope in the future, which is what we ultimately really need to pass on to future generations. So thank you very much for your time, and I look forward to the discussion.
So thank you very much, Patrick. And for the sake of time, I would like to suggest that if possible, you can stay connected and intervene in the discussions that we are now going to have with everyone in the room. So I would like to invite my two regular permanent participants, so the occupants of chair 1 and 2, left and right, Joachim and Seamus. And this is, as I said before, people who are going to talk now on stage, they can do it in their personal capacity or in their role. Let me start with Seamus. Who are you?
Thanks, Antonella. So I'm Seamus Byrne. I'm a policy officer in Acer, in the Infrastructure, Gas and Retail Department. And previously, I was a senior policy analyst with EirGrid and responsible for the previous revenue control process, seeking funding for delivery of community engagement programs. And prior to that, I worked for the Irish NRA, so I can kind of understand the difficulties from both sides of the house.
Thank you very much. So Patrick mentioned the EirGrid that did this incredible new journey of discovery. I would like to add that it was not just EirGrid. They did it together with the energy regulator. And so we will be talking about roles and responsibilities as well. Joachim, who are you?
Thanks, Antonella.
Very good question. My name is Joachim Balke. I'm the head of unit in DG Energy for the infrastructure unit, dealing mainly with the TEN-E program and CEF.
So, Patrick said we don't do early enough, we don't do it widely enough. What is your opinion? Why should we engage people, and how should we pay for that?
Thanks very much. Two difficult questions to start with. I think, first of all, the question why is the least difficult, because even if Patrick didn't want to use the term acceleration, I think it's very hard to contest the fact that we do need to accelerate if we simply look at the number of years that it has taken to roll out or to advance in the rollout of key infrastructure projects. For example, in the country that I know best, I think there can't be any doubt that we do need to be faster in the future. But I think the core point here was to say that acceleration won't happen by shortcutting public consultation procedures. And I think that's very, very true. I think if we look back at the last year, we've been actually in an extremely exceptional situation because, again, looking at my home country, my country of origin, people have accepted very exceptional processes in terms of infrastructure being constructed with a lot of shortcuts to the normal procedures because we still are in a very exceptional situation of war. I don't think that this is something that we can take for granted for the future. I think we will not be able to build the electricity lines that we need over the next 10 years in such a process which is basically relying on people accepting that we are in these exceptional circumstances. We will need to have people on board, because if people are not on board, then they have enough tools to stop these projects later. And I think this is why early engagement is super important. And I think our key role as policymakers is to ensure that at the start of this process, there's a common vision on what is needed in terms of the objectives, but also in terms of the grids which are needed to get there.
Great. So who of you knows what is an Oxford-style debate? You can put your hand up if you know what it is. Oh, no one. One. Okay. It means that we are going to vote. If you say, yes, early engagement is necessary, hands up. If you think that early engagement is not necessary, you can keep your hands down. So we are going to form an opinion in the course of the next few minutes. Early engagement. One more detail. Early engagement for what? A project between A and B or something else?
I think this is exactly where, again, I think we need to, as a policymakers, need to set the base, because...
set the base for what?
Set the base for making the bridge between the objectives on which everybody agrees, which is that we want to be climate neutral well before 2050, and what this means in terms of the infrastructure that is needed to get there. I think this is the crucial step. And I think this is a step where we need to have a scenario which everybody believes in, because it's basically, it has been agreed at a on a very broad basis.
So,
I think this is our
engagement,
key role.
early engagement for the big picture.
For the big picture.
And game. Seamus, now, we are in a world of CapEx and OpEx. Traditionally, we do stakeholder engagement, project by project. These costs are put in the CapEx, but we have no way in the common regulatory setting, in the majority of the European countries, there are exceptions, to actually do stakeholder engagement for the big picture. How can we handle this?
I think it's important to recognize that there will be an OpEx cost to this. I remember when I was doing the RAS revenue control, you were looking at a 40% cost increase in total, but this was leading to a a significant OPEX cost, we were allocating specific individuals to community engagement. And these were kind of people in the know of the certain area. So as the infrastructure projects were largely going across kind of agricultural land, we were kind of employing people from that type of area who understood the necessity and the understanding of the risks and the issues that these people would have. So it will more than likely lead to an OPEX increase, and I think it's important that, both the system operators kind of outline this and kind of outline why it's going to be a good cost, what it will deliver. I think Patrick kind of mentioned the outcomes, and that can be difficult. But there's a kind of Antonella, you touched on it, there's cooperation with the NRAs as well. So the NRAs actually need to understand this as well. So it's kind of a two-pronged approach.
So how many NRAs do we have in the room? Hands up? No one? One? There's a couple down there. Okay, I will want you to come and occupy these chairs to start forming an opinion about early engagement, CAPEX, and OPEX. And Patrick, you are almost a permanent occupier of this chair because I'm standing, so you are free to take the microphone. It is a free coming and going, so please, if you have a say, forming an opinion about engagement early on. And I was talking before with Alberto. He said, we do the kindergarten or the primary school or the secondary school. Where do we start? Where do we stop? Who are you? Finland.
Finland,
okay.
Yeah. Hi, Veli-Pekka Sayo from the Finnish Energy Authority. Been discussing with these issues for 20 years plus, so...
Yes.
Yes, thank you. You want me to answer something as well?
Well, what do you think? Early engagement, can we do it? How do we finance it? Who pays?
Who pays? I mean, we have had many discussions, who pays. Of course, there's an issue whether we have private investors, state aid. Of course, as a regulator, I'm very concerned when consumer pays, of course. So that's of course, my concern. And when we do these things, we need a CBA to make sure that consumers are paying for.
Just a second.
Yep.
Patrick said cannot be quantified. Actually, in the forum 2 or 3 years ago, we presented a piece of work done in collaboration with ACER, the Commission, Amprion, and Terna, where we tried to quantify the benefit of anticipating projects. The regulators were not convinced. It was put aside. Nothing happened. And here we are back in discussing the same because the need is increasing. So how can you quantify something that it is not quantifiable? And there's been a Nobel Prize on economy given to someone who tried to quantify unquantifiable things, but we are not really in that club. So how do we handle this?
You want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I think we need more discussion then. We have to...
we are discussing.
Yeah, we are doing that. That's good, yeah. Discussing and elaborating things and how they actually would benefit the consumer, for example. If it's not quantifiable, then we need some other KPIs to see what happens.
Okay, qualitative KPIs. Can I ask some of the TSOs to come and take this chair? Because obviously the TSOs and the DSOs are those that have to negotiate with the regulators on, give me the money for this, give me the money for that, I need more, I need less. Do we have... Yes, here, there is an empty chair. You can come.
Can I go?
You can go.
Yes.
Leave the microphone. So can I say something nasty? But you can say. We are mainly talking about electricity, but okay, good. Go ahead.
Maybe that's exactly the point. You're talking only about electricity.
Yeah.
We would like to talk about integrated energy systems at local level, and this might already solve part of the problem. I heard you talking about speed. I heard Professor saying we should not talk about speed, but trust. And then the most important question maybe is, before you start the discussion, on how can you convince citizens to accept new infrastructure is to see what existing infrastructure we have and to combine electricity, gases, molecules, renewable
Very good.
gases,
Just a second.
and heating.
Just a second. Wait. We are talking about systems and therefore scenarios. It was already mentioned in the previous panel. This is your, I'll come back to you. The big picture, the overall. So which scenarios do we use to do that? Do you have a position, personal position, commission position?
Any of those, it's the same. No, we need to use scenarios which are, well, the law, that's always a good starting point, says we will need to use scenarios which are fully on track to reach the targets in 2030, 2040,
Okay,
2050.
and how do we make people believe that
And
those scenarios are really on track?
This is about, well, on this you can do with the numbers, but to believe that these are the right scenarios, this is about the process, of course. This is
Okay.
why the process
So,
needs to be
sorry,
inclusive.
we go back. That was important. Go ahead.
So the top-down will not convince citizens to accept additional
good.
infrastructure.
We can agree.
So we think it should be bottom-up. You start looking from what are existing infrastructures, what are local resources available, and have people in place that enjoy trust from the people living there.
And who is
the
enjoying
companies.
trust?
I'm just speaking now for myself. SEDEC, we represent about 2,000 local energy companies that have local shareholders that work in a local or regional area, so that have a lot of knowledge of the terrain, what is the potential, can talk with people in their own language, so to say. And this trusted relationship can certainly help a lot to build up a bottom-up approach, starting from what there is, what is needed, and what is possible locally, and then build out an integrated strategy.
Just one thing, bottom up. Who's going to pay for this stakeholder consultation? Please, Seamus, how the regulator going to support this cost? This is an interactive session, so, and I'm abusing the microphone, so to say. Seamus, please.
I think it's a difficult one.
It's a difficult one.
It's difficult for the system operator. It's difficult for the NRA. The NRA will want to ensure that the costs are efficient, but it's actually quite difficult for the system operator to show how these costs are actually efficient, because it's not your traditional kind of revenue request ask. And that's one of the issues kind of I would have faced previously. It's how can you prove to us that this is efficient? And it was generally a new thing. So kind of the approach that we went at the time, and I think Patrick referenced it, there was, you learn from your experiences, and there are markets here that will have gone through difficulties, we'll say. And you look back on those difficulties and say, well, look, we didn't do this before. These are the issues we had. So if we actually have some OpEx, these issues can go away. It's really difficult to show a KPI if you look at, because the infrastructure projects are over a long period of time, and your revenue projects and your revenue controls are usually 5 years.
So it means that this bottom-up approach, that I think it's important, needs to be done in collaboration, not only with the communities, but also with the energy regulators. Is that?
And probably not just the engineers, but people like Patrick, I think, would be providing significant input.
Okay, Patrick, would you agree with that?
Well, I certainly think that we need to broaden the conversation beyond engineering and also economics. I mean, I think that for example, is anybody in the room talking about narratives? What are the narratives around systemic change here? And energy infrastructures sit within a broader context of sustainability transformations. Energy infrastructure acceleration has to happen in a context where we're also tackling the nature emergency we are within as well. So I think there are much bigger things going on here, and we need to recognize that broader context and think, well, what conversations, what narratives are being brought to bear on those broader forms of change? I do agree we need to think about costs and who pays, but we can't only think about those things, because people have to know what they're paying for. You know, people have to know why they need to reach into their pocket. Somebody has to have a positive vision of the future that they can sell, that they can communicate effectively, and that people will say, yes, I'm up for that, where people are healthier or happier or their well-being is increased, etc. There are lots of issues that can be positively tackled through energy infrastructure changes and beyond. We need to move beyond simply looking at things through the engineering lens or the economic lens in order to do that and bring other forms of expertise into
Thanks,
play.
Patrick. Indeed, science has proven over and over again that people make decisions generally against their economic interest. And this we need to keep in mind. For all of those that believe that we can pay to get support, well, science has proven that that's not the case. People will take the money and will go on the barricade the morning after. You wanted to finish your point, and then please you can free the chair for someone else to join.
I think cost is no issue. In the sense, it's a very capital-intensive industry. The changes are so enormous that it will not be possible to convince all the changes that will be needed for heating, for transport, for changing businesses, if there is no bottom-up approach. And we think it's evident that the stakeholder consultation is part of the process of investment planning point. So, and the cost is coming with it. And I think we're talking about, compared with what the changes we need to invest in, it's peanuts.
Yes, thank you very much for making this point. It is a minor, tiny piece of the overall investment, and therefore we should be open-minded, and we should look for ways of enabling narratives and the future to happen earlier rather than later. Dennis, welcome in my
Thank you.
bowl.
Thank you, Antonella. Dennis Erdem, I'm talking here on my personal capacity, but I'm working for the German regulatory authority. So about the question who is paying and how this will be financed, I believe it's quite interesting what Seamus was saying. It's difficult to have and to ensure that we have efficient investments. But I would go back one step. We heard from Professor Dwayne Wright's presentation, the terminology collective good, and we heard the big picture. So if I hear these concepts, then I think on policy on national level and European level. So the question to me is at this point, what's the role of politicians on national and European level? Because in order to realize the projects, you need to convince the people. You need to talk to people. So my expectation would be in this manner that on national level and European level, we need to take responsibilities to make these.
Who is we?
We all, I mean, the politicians on national level and European level could, I mean, we cannot leave these discussion only on regional, local politicians and project promoters. So the whole country probably need to talk about the project and underline the importance in order to better convince the people in those regions. So
Okay, wait a moment, convince. Convince, Patrick, do you think that convince is a good term? It doesn't sound good to me.
Well, I'm not going to point at any one individual, but I think you're right. It sounds as if we're falling back into that trap of thinking that, you know, they're an obstacle out there and we have to convince them not to be an obstacle rather than viewing them as an opportunity from the beginning to create a different kind of future and a different kind of society. But I think that person is absolutely right in really calling for leadership. So I think I would agree with the other speaker that we need to have conversations, we need to have a bottom-up process of change, but we also need people at the national and international levels to show leadership on this aspect and to have difficult adult conversations with adult constituents across Europe about what the future holds and why there is a need for urgent transformative change.
Great. So we are talking about leadership at European level. Mechtil, do we have leadership? I mean, of course, I mean, you brought so many files on the table, but is that leadership or we need more? And governments, there are no governments here, or there are governments. Say secretary, yes, governments. of course. How can we actually converge the bottom up with the top down? It's about narratives. Mehdi doesn't have a microphone. I'm sorry, it falls on you.
I think indeed the responsibilities lie on all levels, and I think what we have to always find is the right level to talk to the right people. So I think of course, we have a responsibility, you know, when it comes to big European infrastructure projects, to explain why our overall electricity system, for the sake of it, won't work without, let's say, a big connection between Ireland and France, to take one example. On the other hand, I mean, the majority of investment is going to be more on a local level, and it's not for us. I mean, it wouldn't be very helpful if we, as Commission, go down, you know, to the communities and tell them you need a local line here. So I think it's important.
Didn't you want to have a European energy policy?
I think it's important that the people talk. Let's say that the right people talk to the people on the ground on the right projects to be credible.
Okay, but Patrick was saying we need narratives. Narratives always have different layers. I mean, just think about a story once upon the time. All the good story starts with once upon the time. And the Commission has tried actually to have a communication project for the PCIs, but of course there is a need for much more coordination with the national level. And you said governments should have a role, but regulators should also have a role, because regulators have been not very proactive, but rather, I would call, generally conservative.
This will be my second point. Indeed, if you talk about collective goods, I'm not talking for the regulators, but as an economist, collective goods are to be financed by the taxes. They are not to be financed by the grid fees. So the discussion on the regulatory frameworks and the incentives is probably not the correct discussion. We need to talk if we agree on the leadership on the national level.
Yeah, but wait a moment. You are now telling me that we should have stakeholder engagement financed by some sort of taxes, but have you not seen the world we live in? We don't give money to hospitals, we don't give money to schools, we don't give money to transport. Do you think you get money from the finance ministers to do stakeholder engagement? I doubt it.
Yeah, that's the leadership we are talking about.
Yeah.
We need at the moment, so the leaders must be...
Okay, but Dennis basically is telling us that the regulatory framework should not be changed. What do you think, Seamus?
I don't have a mic.
You have it.
I agree with him. He's got a point in that... Thanks very much. He's got a good point. If you're talking about a societal benefit, for a regulator, it's going to be very, very difficult to approve the cost where the benefit accrues to society. So, you know, if you were to look at it, you would look at, well, what's the benefit to the consumer that's going to pay for this product? That's the way you should probably focus it. Yes, there are definitely broader benefits. If, you know, you'd have different tailored solutions that you could go with, maybe a member state could decide, like, okay, this is important, we will back this, we may not. But some NRAs have taken the view that, yes, this is important, it will be needed to deliver infrastructure. It does help, or there can be a positive impact of it. So in general, yeah, you should kind of look at it, but it's up to the system operators and the NRAs to work together to determine, well, okay, how can we undertake to do this? How can we identify and both agree on what's the benefit and how will we actually assess it?
Good, thank you. So system operators and regulators to work together. My experience is that there is not enough of this joint work on this topic. How do we change that? But here we have two new seats owner. Please, who are you?
Yeah, I wanted to bring a bit as well this NGO side in, because we are stakeholders as well. I worked on the PCI process as a stakeholder for 7 years. Yeah, I actually would like to ask who in the room is having as a top one independent priority to like climate and nature protection, which is actually where where the whole hydrogen hype, which we are talking about, is coming from. So I see 3 hands.
So
Four
there
hands.
is an empty chair. If people are only allowed to talk if they are on stage, and if someone wants to answer this.
Actually, it was just to get a picture in the room. There are 4 people that are.
So let's
having
start with the
priority.
voting. Who is in the room thinking, partially convinced that early stakeholder engagement is a good thing to have? If you are, hands up. I would say 50-50, no? What do you say? Or 60-40?
We'll ask who's against.
Okay, so who is against it? But the ones that say M4 should not be also against. Oh, okay, so we have a silent, not a silent majority, but a silent group of people that in terms of public participation and public acceptance, actually it's a very important target group. Because what you see in public opposition to whatever, it's a minority. And you tend to believe, because they are loud, that they are the majority. No, the majority is silent, like you in this room. So, but if you don't vote, you are not represented. I would conclude that yes, the audience consider early engagement as a positive thing. And climate and environment, correct? Who is defending that? Do we need to protect the environment? And do we need to make sure that we actually have scenarios and therefore projects that are in line with the climate? By the way, there is a restoration law being voted in the Parliament on Thursday, and if you have not done it yet, I highly recommend that you support it, because even the European Central Bank stated that European economies would suffer very much if we lose biodiversity, because more than 4.2 million European companies in Europe depend on biodiversity. So who is actually considering climate and environmental objectives?
I guess this would raise a few more hands, but the thing is also independency, right? So I see very often as the NGO stakeholder that those talking about infrastructure and ultimately what this infrastructure will carry and what it is designed for, is it scarcity, is it masses of hydrogen, is it electricity, is it gas? Those who answer those questions are those that are actually benefiting from building infrastructure, those that are actually having a business model involved in it. And this is why I thought it's unique to bring the voice of the NGO on the table, because Patrick has talked about tokenism. I think this is an experience that many NGOs in many of these processes are making. And I know we are always the ones giving the uncomfortable side, so I'm really grateful that we are invited here, that I am able to, in this format to take the stage. But I think it is really important to highlight that, particularly since this entire conversation about hydrogen, which is a huge transformation of our infrastructure, is based on the need to decarbonize. So it's not about convincing people, it's about convincing people of the right thing that will actually reduce emissions. And that this is where really independent actors are crucial.
Very good. So convincing people, educating people, I would argue, about not only the need to decarbonize, but what are the options for this decarbonization, and therefore what is the infrastructure that is needed to achieve those targets, and how this infrastructure should be deployed in nature and next to people so that this is happening in a timely manner. Thank you very much for your input. And Volker, look, you have a free chair.
Volker Wendt, Europa Cable, representing the European wine cable producers. I would like to bring in an industry perspective into this debate. And I agree with the idea of elevating the narrative, but we have to get the basics right. I have, over the last 15 years, been part in numerous town hall debates, including in Ireland, about the Air Grid project. And I think discussion needs to move along with innovation and maturing of technologies. In the past, the discussions over the past 15 years of concrete proposals have been overhead lines against underground cables. And people, when projects were presented, they were presented only as overhead lines. But people aren't stupid. They've then been looking around in the internet, they found that projects have been done in other parts of Europe, even other parts of the world, and why should they not be done here? I think the early engagement of stakeholders needs to be truthful and comprehensive from the outset. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that undergrounding is the silver bullet for every single power line. RGI has been ahead of the wave. You published a study, I think it was 2 years ago, on the technology options. Five already, like this. Today, undergrounding for sensitive areas is a mature technology.
Okay, thank you very much.
Let me just wrap this up.
Just a second. Only undergrounding?
It's not an option.
It's not an option.
Very clear.
It is political decision that is now backfiring, and there is a new wave of opposition for undergrounding, which no one had expected. We are seeing this emerging in many different countries where people say, I don't want it underground because I don't see it, and therefore I cannot keep away, and maybe there are health impacts. So,
let me chip in on that. What we call for is that
No, this is not a pitch for what you call for.
I think what helps to speed up the discussions and to take away the barriers of public opposition is if you put out all technology options from the outset of the stakeholder engagement, and you look at which options are available for that specific project.
Yes, okay, thank you. The point is that we need to go back to our core discussion. Apologies, Volker. We'll settle this later. And the fact that how do we actually create a regulatory framework that allows to do what you say and much more? Because obviously undergrounding is one technological option. We have dynamic light rating, we have whatever you name it. There is so much that actually people are interested in. Because that's the point you made. People are curious, they can read, they can learn, and it is not true that people are not interested. People are interested and they want to know.
And the regulatory framework we need is a regulatory framework which looks at all options from the outset and has a financing model which does not only look at investment cost, but looks at OPEX, TOTEX, and costs of not having the line.
Good. And this is what is not currently the case. Can I free this chair and invite Dennis to come? Yes, come on. And then we move on in pinning down some more facts. So, Dennis, you will talk in a moment. I need to go to this side of my ball. Patrick. Oh, Patrick is the...
Yeah, we're just going to say something very brief in response to that last contribution, and it was the word transparency. Grid companies probably assess the different technological options anyway. You'd certainly hope they did as part of their adequate attempts to design new infrastructure lines, etc. The problem is that there has often not been enough transparency in the consideration of those different options and the assumptions made around when certain technology options are discarded. So, for example, one of the projects I worked in was the Hinkley Point C interconnector line in the southwest of England. Communities were presented with overhead line A or overhead line B. And that was the genuine engagement and choice they were being given. And of course, they immediately said, well, why do we have to just choose between these things? Where are all the other choices gone about undersea or underground cables? And obviously, they had been part of some early conversations, but publics were not involved at that stage. And the outcome of those were not being shared with publics because they were assumed to be too technical or too complex. So I think we need to change that transparency and make it very clear how the reasoning has flowed across different points of decision making so that it's extremely clear why certain things are being engaged with communities and not other things.
So now we are mixing two worlds. The world of project A to B, where we do have a regulatory framework in place to actually do stakeholder engagement, but of course we can increase transparency and be much more inclusive in the designing of the project together with local communities because they have local knowledge that is valuable. And for this we do have a regulatory framework. But the other part is the big picture. Because when you go on the ground with a project, the first thing that people will ask you, project developer, is, do we really need it? Are you really sure we need it? And only as a third question, they will say, by the way, why do you want to build it here and not there? And this reality requires an engagement process that is about the big picture. Because it is, are you really sure that we need it? So scenarios. Can we start having engagement processes that start very early on, that really talk about what is the direction we want to go, and as Patrick says, a bit more horizontally or broadly than cost and technology. Who are you?
Hi, my name is Sara Kärki. I'm coming from Gasgrid Finland, but also representing European Hydrogen Backbone Initiative.
So another Finnish. We have two Finnish now on stage, and I think the other countries have to increase their presence, yeah?
That's good. But to the big picture, I think that this is a very relevant discussion that we have had and about the scenarios. The European Hydrogen Backbone is an initiative, like I mentioned before earlier, this session, that is joining or is connecting 32 infrastructure companies. And what we have done together is that we have done several analytical pieces of work and scenario modeling, also on the energy system, not just gas or hydrogen, but including also electricity. And I think the big discussion that we should have is that, of course, and we had actually on the coffee break with Dennis here, so that where do we get the data and how do we rely and make sure that this is correct? And of course, no one knows exactly where the truth lies at the moment. There are several different pathways for the future. And what is important to understand is that we can influence where we want to go. And this comes back to the leadership discussion that was raised before, that where do we actually want to go? And how I see this is that the European Hydrogen Backbone has created actually a vision on a pan-European hydrogen infrastructure. And we see that once we have published this vision, it has turned into concrete infrastructure development projects, but not just that. It has also turned into concrete supply projects that are being developed. And the TSOs are being contacted by the industrial players that are we able to connect? When are we able to connect? So we are creating a demand by that.
I would say this is a different discussion. Thank you very much.
Well, I have to a little bit disagree because it also relates to the fact that who is paying for the stakeholder engagement. And doing things differently is one of the key things in this transition. That how do we engage, how do we communicate, and how do we get feedback from the players? Not just the infrastructure projects, but other members in the value chain.
Good. We can continue this conversation later. Of course, I mean, here we are really talking how do we create narratives? And of course, what you say is about a narrative. But what is the regulatory framework that would support the necessary, high-quality stakeholder engagement. And we have different opinion. Taxpayer or OPEX, CAPEX, this to be debated. But I kindly invite you to free the chair because there is Marta that has already signaled she wants to take it.
Thank you.
What you are saying is strictly linked not only on the scenarios that we choose, but also on the political power and influence of certain actors. We'll come back to that. Dennis. So thank you for joining of your own voluntary move. So in the previous panel, you said we need to decide who pays for what, who takes the risk. So can you elaborate one moment? Who takes the risk of failure? The risk of failure doesn't mean that the project will not be realized. Failure means that we, as a continent, are going to miss all our targets, being energy security, climate security, biodiversity security, and I would add food security, water security. So who's taking this? And don't you think that energy regulator, ACER, should have a stronger mandate, that it is a bit more holistic, so that fulfilling one target doesn't jeopardize reaching the others? Please.
That's a big question about the bigger risk and who takes that risk. I think that's more, in the end, a political one. But on the mandate for regulators and for ACER, I think that's an interesting one, because we're discussing here also...
Everyone wants more power. Okay.
No, but it's not a goal in itself. It's a means to get things done and to see what is a proper allocation of the powers and governance for the whole process to make sure it works and it delivers. I think we're discussing here what TSOs or network companies can do to engage the public. We've heard from Patrick how this can be done. It's actually not that dissimilar to what we tell the TSOs or the ENSOs. When we speak about public consultations, start early, make sure the input is useful, show them what you've done with the input, provide feedback to those who provide input to the consultation. I think those are principles which apply across. And we find it useful towards the ENSOs, towards the TSOs, and I'm pretty sure the same would apply also at this level. It's more, I think, Seamus gave an interesting example. If you can show that some past projects went wrong without the proper public engagement, you can make the case of actually, we need to do better next time, and yes, it comes with a cost. There was a previous speaker saying the costs here are probably quite limited compared to the overall project size. So then we can say, listen, let's look at a few good examples. It could be ERGAT or somebody else. They have done a good public engagement. They ensured that that there was sufficient trust for the project to move on. It came at a certain percentage of the overall project cost. That apparently is, at this moment in time, a reasonable estimate of the cost to move forward, to invest in the public engagement. I think that's something which, in general, as a concept, I would be supportive of.
That's great. So when are you gathering your members, NRAs, and how are you going to convince them?
I have 4 more days to do it in my current capacity, so that's a bit challenging.
Yeah.
No, but I think that's why we're having the discussion here. It's something we're starting discussing also with the regulators. It's relatively early days for us, and in some cases there is a legal mandate. I know people don't like me mentioning it, but there is an issue with the legal mandate with what NRAs are tasked to do and what they're not tasked to do.
Great.
That needs to be part of the discussion.
Joachim, how are we going to facilitate this to happen? There is going to be PCI days, sometimes towards the end of the year. We want actually to continue this collaboration. Therefore, we would need to come up with some ideas, recommendation, criteria, whatever. How are we going to do it?
Yeah, I think we from the Commission, I hope I can speak on behalf of the Commission, would certainly be very happy if this conversation could be continued before the PCI days, actually, and if these ideas that we discussed now could be taken forward on indeed how these kind of, let's say, anticipatory consultations can be facilitated through our framework. And I mean, I don't want to sort of preempt the solution of, you know, who should carry the costs, but I think it seems pretty clear from the discussion that the costs of not doing it are certainly much bigger than the costs of doing it. So I think we would certainly support a process which would try to find, as you said, perhaps the right criteria to do so.
So that's nice, anticipatory investment, anticipatory consultation. I mean, consultation is an investment, no? Whatever it is. Marta.
Yes.
What do you think about it? Marta is from Bologna, by the way.
So, I mean, I think there's a lot of very interesting points that have been made throughout this panel. No, it's not a panel, this format. But, you know, we were talking about costs just now. No, the cost of like doing an engagement, it's actually very small in the big cost of a project. And I think when we think about that cost, it should also not only be compared to what, because you were saying, you know, we can look up at like previous example and how investing that money actually ended up, you know, going well. But I also think, you know, one of the big costs that a lot of projects have to face at very different level is like the cost of not having done that engagement. How much does it cost you not having done that engagement? How much does it cost you investing in a massive infrastructure that then down the line turn out to not be useful? How much does it cost you not having, you know, taken the time to take, you know, to have that conversation? And you know, there is a huge debate in Europe, like, do we go hydrogen, don't we go hydrogen? Well, why do we do hydrogen, what for? And, you know, what I try to bring on the table when we discuss this is also, okay, it's true we have gas grids in place already, and people tend to somehow like them over electricity grids for whatever reason, and people are used to this. But like, we think about, you know, retrofitting them for hydrogen, yes, not, whatever. But for me, often is, have we taken a step back? Have we looked at like, where do we want to go as a society, and what are the resources that we have available? And when we engage people in this conversation, are people actually aware of these bigger pictures? So I think it's very important to engage people early on. It's very important to have this conversation, but it's also very important, you know, how we build the input to have this conversation. What do we take into account, and what are the questions that we ask ourselves, and what is the question that we ask people? Because the way we ask people question will also tailor their answer, and I think that is an important part of it.
Thank you very much. Marta, please, through the chair. You said something that is actually very, very important. It is how do we ask the question, essentially, what are the assumptions that we put in any modeling work that we do, because the assumption will define the outcomes. Please. And then, Dennis, you can go and leave the chair to Enzo E. Yes, thank you very much. But before, I need to give the microphone to Seamus, because Joachim said the Commission would like to see this going and making suggestions, and it means that we are going to work together a bit longer. So what shall we put into this next phase of work? Do you have ideas? I have an idea, but probably you have it as well.
You seem to be more pushy on this, so I'll listen to you first.
No, no, go ahead.
I'll make one point, actually, because we were talking about cost there quite a bit, and I think, I can't remember the man's name, he was up here earlier. He's right in what he was saying is, like, in comparison to the total spend, the costs are relatively small.
Jorgo was.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And I think from memory, like, the public engagement costs as part of the revenue control that I did, we were looking at in the region of 1% of total cost. So it is various.
Or less.
Probably less.
Yes.
So it's a small proportion of cost, but it can deliver a benefit. And I think Patrick kind of touched on it there as well, in that, yes, there is a cost, but there is a benefit that can be difficult to quantify. But on the grand scheme of things, you're looking at, you know, what can be a small amount.
What, are we going to propose something?
I think we'll have to look at a paper and flesh out that piece of leaflet that we've sent around to all the people today.
Good. Who are you?
So my name is Lena Kitzing, and I'm actually from Copenhagen, but I'm here in my capacity as a member of the Scientific Advisory Board on Climate Change, the European Scientific Advisory Board on Climate Change.
Welcome.
Thank you. And so we have been engaged in the 10E regulation, or the 10TY NDP process since last year, because we are mentioned in the 10E regulation. And in relation to the stakeholder engagement, I just wanted to mention a thing regarding the TYNDP process, because until now we have discussed a lot on actual projects, infrastructure assets that need to be put in place. But I think the engagement is equally important in the whole process while we are doing the TYNDP process. And here Patrick said something very important that I wanted to take up, and this is early engagement and open-minded discussions around the scenario creation, for example, right? And that's why we have in the advisory board recommended to Acer and also NCOE to change the way they do stakeholder engagement in the TYNDP process. And I think that's just worthwhile also dwelling a little bit on that in this forum here, because there are a lot of stakeholders here who are being engaged at the moment in these processes. But also here, they're coming in very late.
Yes.
Right? So they're coming in when the scenarios are already made and already defined. And they are allowed to give comments, and they might be taken into account or might not be taken into account along the way. But what we have suggested in the advisory board is that we are creating a standing stakeholder group who are actually becoming involved in creating the scenarios and discussing assumptions, making the models who are used for making the scenarios. So that is just something that we know will take time to develop, but it's important, I think, because it's not only about the projects themselves, it's also about the process and how we are actually identifying the projects.
So I also believe that you, the Commission, suggested the answers to start using an open source model, which also will take time. So you are going to be soon the president of NCOE. What do you think about this discussion? You know that you are, your members, or your future members, or your soon-to-become members, and of course your own company, have to build a huge amount of infrastructure, and most likely you go to a community today, and after 2 years you have to go back. So what do you think it's needed, and who needs to be involved? How?
So, first of all, I very much like the discussion, because these are issues that people in TSOs have been dealing with for decades, but now it's getting...
since the unbundling.
But now, okay. In some cases, it's 2 decades already. I have some good examples. And so there is a lot of need for this. I really appreciate this, the contribution, especially the presentation in the beginning, because it's summarized and very well pointed out many common issues of the TSOs. We now have within NCOE best practice sharing, which includes numerous issues, and of course one of those being how various TSOs are approaching the local situation and the local resistance, and how they start as early as possible the public engagement.
But tell me a bit more about how do you think we could increase the collaboration with the NRAs, the national regulators, so that it's not a solution that it is developed by the TSOs or the DSOs, because also the DSOs have problems, but rather it is a joint TSOs, NRAs with local governments, national governments, because this is going to feed into the narrative, and it is going to basically support what Patrick, or the Irishman here, are saying, that it needs more collaboration. So, do you have ideas?
Well, definitely I think that they should be included in the process, like it was said before, and there could be also some common solution, which will be not country-specific, how to proceed with the financing, which was mentioned before, because it would provide a quite strong signal that there is a European way of tackling this issue and that this has some importance. The label would be in place.
Thank you. So, Joachim, what do you think? It wouldn't be a good idea that in the work we are going to do after this panel, we come up with a recommendation or whatever, something that says that in the investment plan that is going to be produced by grid operators or system operators, there should be a chapter which is about stakeholder engagement. So it will be this minus something percent, at -1, you cannot say -1, but a percentage of, or not even a percentage, a lump sum for stakeholder engagement, early engagement, that could be used by the project developers actually to the implementation of the entire plan, not the project by project, because that's already clearly regulated, but for the big picture.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to anticipate too much the content of this kind of report. I think it's a very useful and necessary exercise to do, and I think there is a consensus, I think, that network development plans, at the stage of network development plans, there needs to be also a consultation plan, basically. And I just want to add perhaps one point on what Lena said earlier on. I think on the European level, if we look at the TYNDP, it's also very important that obviously the ENSOs will continue sort of to have the central role, but we do have in the new 10E regulation quite a number of new provisions which will kick in fully as of the next TYNDP, where ACER has a role to the framework guidelines, but where also the consultation processes are actually enshrined in the legislation, where the Scientific Advisory Board has a role. So I think in a sense, it's very important to point out that we will have a stronger, let's say, statutory framework for consultations also for the TYNDP than we've had in the past, because I think also this discussion here has shown that as of today, I mean, there are still questions, are these TYNDP sufficiently consulted? And this is why I think it's important that there will be this new framework in place. And I think, again, if it's possible to come up with an idea how to enshrine consultation processes also in the actual investment plans, I think it's certainly very useful.
Let me add also that when you asked the question regarding the engagement, we have now in ENTSO-E also we are going through a transition process by recognizing that the stakeholder engagement must be fit for purpose. So the current independent advisory council has been transformed into an external advisory group, which will be slightly different, but will be more fit for purpose, what is needed as an interaction with the stakeholders. But this is what I mean, this is the stakeholder engagement on the ENTSO-E level. I don't talk the local communities and engagement as it was discussed in the very beginning. Yeah. But we are, I think it's now resonating all over, on all these layers.
Yes.
That this is a very major topic.
Of course, it is a multi-layer, multifaceted environment. Thank you very much. So, Joachim, with ACER, we will continue this work. I think it makes a lot of sense to involve somehow, directly or indirectly, also the ENSOs, because we can follow up. Andrej.
Yes, hello. I'm Andrzej Ceglarz, and I work for RGI as well. And I wanted to follow up actually on the point that Marta did, and actually it was echoed here during the discussion, that how we should do it or what is needed is actually we need a structure, because we are talking about options starting from modeling, which would be definition of any needs that system is anticipating, to citing where to put what, and then at the end, some of the speakers mentioned about the selection of the technological options that come then into the implementation phase. And each of these different stages, each of the different part of the entire process require different ways how we would approach stakeholder engagement, because this will be different stakeholders, this will be different tools that we would use to approach the stakeholders, and the outcome of this entire process, discussion, and whatever we would call it, would also lead to different results. And I also don't know what are the feedback loops between different stages and how they should be implemented, because projects or the plans, they differ, but I think that they could be some, I think that Patrick called that positive principles, or some kind of guiding points that could be discussed and selected, and according to which this structure could be then put in place.
Good, thank you. This chair will stay empty now because we need to close, but very quickly, your points.
So I'm Peter Scherer from Johnson BW TSO. To be honest, I'm not an expert in public acceptance, but I discussed with several colleagues, and would even start with a small example. When I remember several years ago, when I had a hard week working, and I came on Monday relaxed after a good weekend, I talked to a colleague from public acceptance. They've been quite exhausted. Offering a platform just for making noise and opposition everything. And my feeling is you need patience. I asked them for some figures for SuedLink projects, a project together we have with TenneT. It's 700 kilometers, 435 communities. So there have been 689 events and 70,000 sandwiches. Just some figures. And my feeling is now, at least the debate changed over the years.
Yes.
So it's more sound, more what can be improved, and it's not only a burden anymore. We introduced a WebGIS platform, so where even the people on the field can bring in their input, can bring in their examples. We had there 19,000 planning relevant references. So the people on the field know better where the 1,000-year-old oak stand, the trees stand, and this can as well be a help for us. And via this web-based platform, they can watch over the shoulders from the planner and can give feedback that can even be helpful.
Thank you very much for telling this. It's very important. Indeed, many of the TSOs I've been working with, they're all members of RGI, by the way, have been extremely open to learn new approaches. And what this learning has meant for the local communities, that they showed respect. Respect for legitimate concerns, respect for ideas, and open to get input. And so the sandwiches have helped this conversation to be put on the table. Yeah.
Maybe going back to the efficiency discussion a bit later on, having sandwiches with salmon from Norway would have not been the most efficient way, but maybe having some local cheese or some local sausages might help.
That's good. And of course, if we can move vegetarian, is also good for the climate. Thank you very much. So we are coming to a close. I would like to ask my two permanent sitters to say something, and then I also would like to say something because I've been so quiet until now. Joachim, no, Simons, let's start with you.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks very much for the conversation. It's been actually really good fun. I'll refer back to the first kind of discussion we had there previously. There was a discussion about waves. So there's a wave of infrastructure projects coming down the line, and then link that with Patrick. And what he was saying is that engagement should be happening kind of throughout the process early. So there's no point trying to jump on that wave of engagement when that wave has passed. I think he made references to some projects there. If you ignore people, they might get a little bit upset. They may dig their heels in, and you may be fighting a different animal down the road. So if you're to bring people on the journey, bring them on the journey. I think his word was to avoid was, what was it?
Thank you.
Yeah. Just one other thing.
Yeah.
So look, on guiding principles, or any guiding principles that we have, they should be, you should look at what's worked in other member states, what's worked in other markets, and maybe, broaden yourself beyond the engineers and the economists, and maybe listen to more social scientists.
Patrick, do you want to add just some final words? 1 minute, 30 seconds, actually.
Okay, thanks, Antonella. That looked like the most fun session I've seen in a while, so fair play to everybody for being involved in that. Just leave you with two things then. One is the point I made in one of the slides. Assume that there's a lack of trust from the start, and then think, well, how do we deal with that deficit in trust? Don't assume it's there, assume that it isn't there, and then try and rebuild it. What do you need to do? And obviously that's then the starting point for not just early timing of engagement, but it's how you do it, how inclusive you do it, how genuine, how broad you do it as well. Lots of other important parameters. And then the final thing I wanted to say was really just about the social science contribution. It's quite clear that it isn't always possible to quantify some of these indicators that you're talking about. So don't be afraid to fall upon qualitative indicators of progress or categories of various kinds. Social scientists do this rigorously and have been for many decades. It doesn't mean they're problematic, it just means they're not quantities, but they're still feasible and they're still useful. So do draw on that, and a mix of indicators, I would say, is the way forward.
Thank you very much. Joachim?
Yeah, I think trust is indeed probably super important. And I think, all the sandwiches that you talked about, it was all about creating that trust. And you've managed, obviously, which is great. And perhaps sort of one way of accelerating this process is if we can help the TSOs not to be alone when they do it. But that they can join forces, with the authorities, be it the permitting authorities, the regulatory authorities, and maybe even the politicians, so that...
And the NGOs.
And the NGOs, first of all, so that everybody understands that while there's always a commercial interest somewhere, essentially this is something which needs to be done for society. So I think that would be perhaps my last point.
Thank you very much. And before we finish, we take a vote. Did you like this interactive session, and would you like to see more of it in future Commission events? And if you liked it, hands up. If not, hands down. This is definitely a majority. Thank you. And so, from my side, I think that there is one word that has not been mentioned in this session, but not even in the one before, which is optimization. Because the amount of energy that we are going to deploy is immense. I think we as a society never had this. So the energy transition is not just a technological endeavor, but it is first and most of all a societal transformation. And we are going to ask a lot to citizens, policymakers, and anyone else to actually enable this. Acceptance, so the energy transition will require acceptance. And therefore, we need to optimize what we do, because the resources are limited, space is limited, time is limited. And if we continue to have wasteful processes, we will never get there. But this should not come at the expense of democratic values and nature, because we need both. Otherwise, we lose our European identity. And with this, I thank you very much for your patience, and thanks a lot for this unusual setting.